Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the stream. How's everyone doing? Hey, Tracy. Hey, Jokernut. Hey, Andres. Sean. Welcome back after a little break. DJ Natty and Golden Jaguar and Kaylee. How's everyone doing? It's Charlie. Hey, Maker Source. Hey, Jaeger. Hey, Mitchell. What else do we have here? Pushing Plastic, Mr. Clown, Low Tech Greg, Paul, Ken, Bear Squad, and Dunes. We are back at the Ender 3 to Switchwire conversion. Excuse me. That's right, Mr. Clown. I hit 5,000 subscribers. I'm very pleased. I'm very happy. It's never been my real goal to do that, but those milestones are neat to hit, for sure. Tohos, 4 months, finally a stream again. It's only 1 week off. Hi, Melting. Hi, TCs. Hey, Sanity. Let's go back over here, Charlie. He's after the Thunderbolt port. I don't know what his fascination with that is. Mr. Rogers, thanks for becoming a member. Charlie is on a tear this morning. Hey, Grant's Auto. Hey, Weave. Printed those grill mods from last time. Worked out really well for me. Awesome, Kenneth. I'm glad to hear. Push in Plastic. Member for 3 months. Thank you. Hey, Malcolm. Welcome. Peacemaker and 3D Experiments. So I took a week off. Did a family camping trip. So, and I got pulled in to the what would you call it, the kind of the marketing whatever, the gift shop at the camp place that we went to had this shirt. What do you think? May the forest be with you. Lassen Volcanic. But the problem is there's no moose in Lassen, and I don't know, but I thought it was neat. I thought you folks might enjoy it. And of course I got another black shirt. It's a terrible idea. Hey, John. Jokernut. Member for 4 months. Thank you. Hey, Thomas. Hey, Jason. Hey, Michael from Germany. Edge of 3D, welcome. Yeah, they sucked me in. I had to sort through the pile of shirts, though, to find one that was relatively printed centered. I have another Star Wars shirt, cheap Star Wars shirt, my X-Wing one. I didn't notice until after that it's slightly off center and it bugs me. Yes, this is going to be completely full of this guy's hair, but let's get his pets out of the way. Hey, Bill Brothers. So yeah, so I camped. It was, oh, there he goes. He's getting off on his own, so we're good. Went camping with the family. Manzanita Lake in the Lassen Volcanic National Park. It's kind of cool. Spent a lot of time there as a kid. I grew up in the area. Hope I'm doing well. You sound a little hoarse. You're right. My throat is a little, but I'm fine. I haven't had anything. But some of that might be my air conditioning unit running as well. You might be hearing, because it is hot here. It's been mid to upper 90s for a couple of weeks now. Is Charlie being super needy since you got back from the camping trip? Yeah, if you saw the post, the picture I posted on Twitter, that was him sleeping and snoring on my shoulder after I got back. Hey, Keith. Where was I? We went camping, Lassen Volcanic Park. It's pretty cool. It's an active there's active geothermal activities there. So if you ever look it up, search for Lassen Park and then Bumpass Hell, Bumpass. We hiked back into that. It's kind of neat. And then walked through some lava tubes and then just kind of hung out. We had no connection. Had to drive like 15 miles to get any kind of cell signal. So, yeah. Hey, Killer Prince. Hey, Ari. Scott. Let me let Charlie out. We're going to begin this back and forth of him wanting out and in. So, hey, Dark Neutrino, welcome. Is that a new oh, yes. So I placed an order from KB3D. I needed some more graphite KVP filament. I was almost out. And what else did I get? Oh, I got a Revo hot end. Just a micro, not the Voron. I needed it for another project. But I asked him because he had mentioned, we were talking about the reamers and found out that he sells those. And then I found out that he made this cool little holder for it. Well, I already have the reamers. So I asked him if he'd send me one of the laser cut holders for it. And I haven't glued it together, but it's really neat. And he made it a little special for me. So thanks to KB3D for sending that over. ABS is not lava proofed. No. Fortunately, it's about 3 miles under the surface where we were. So we're well away. Hey, Kenneth. Hey, Wolfgang. So I need to rearrange this. I've done this last couple of weeks. I've done a lot of cleaning up and organizing in my shop. I might be able to do an actual like show where I organize stuff pretty soon. It's looking way better. Instead of a billion different little boxes of things, I've pulled each of those out and like organized screws where they go and wires where they go and connectors. So might be close to that. I haven't glued this, but it came with glue to do it. So I'll get that glued up and then I'll probably reorganize this area and maybe do something with this wall. But hey, Kit. Hey, Ludwig. Why did the screw holder tray change from green to white? I have 2 of them. The green one is full of stuff. I've printed 2 of them. This one is full of stuff from another build, and I haven't cleaned it up yet. This one's actually glow in the dark. So, not that it helps here, but this is the one I've been using for the Ender3 to Switchwire build. So, we'll be working on organizing while watching in a bit. Good. Suddenly had diagonal shifting on my Trident. Turns out one belt stretched about half an... Whoa! Were they Gates belts or were they generic? I've not had a belt stretch. Not a quality belt. Craig, where can I find the bomb for the conversion? Well, let's get into stuff like that. Let me see. Is this need to be restarted? Okay. Does it? Oh, let me restart Fusion because we may need to open up Fusions. Let me restart that. Hi, Dominic. And now Fusion's starting up and blocking chat, so give me a minute. Hey, DeWitt, welcome. They were Amazon generic? Yeah. Good idea to use the real stuff. So, we are continuing the build. Hey, Nathan. We are continuing the build of the Dark Dog. It goes by Dark Dog on Discord. Conversion from the Ender3 Pro to a Switchwire. And we've made quite a bit of progress on this. And I'm hoping, fingers crossed, I'm hoping we can push plastic with it today because I want to start the solid fork build next week. So, hope it's not a belt with metal reinforcement. You don't want metal reinforcement in any belts in our application. The bend radius is too short. So white belts are a no-no. Those are steel reinforced and they will fail in a very short order. So what DJ Natty is saying, any of the quality belts are all going to be fiber reinforced. Let me Brian, $20. Your videos are great and they've been very helpful for me building my V2 and V0. Thank you. Awesome. I appreciate that. I'm glad they've been helpful. Hey, Poity. Welcome. I was going to show you so this is the conversion we're doing. So this is the Boubounokefalos. Dark Dog is what he goes by on the Discord. This is the conversion. Most of it is going to share a BOM with the Switchwire. If you go through here, there is a wiki that is going to point out a few of the changes. So go here, go to the wiki. Let me post this here, and let's go ahead and pin that for anybody who needs to wants to look up the mod here. So, hey Brian. Hey Scotty Dog. Hey Golden Jaguar. So this is what we're doing. I did some prep work prior to the stream because if I didn't, you would be watching me crimp about 100 connections here. And I think that would turn this into a couple more streams. So I did, let's just go through what I did off camera. And we can talk about a few of the things about that. But I terminated all the toolhead wires, and I'm not using a toolhead PCB. I'm using individual connectors. So, and then I labeled them all. So you can see there, the X stop. So X end stop. Thomas, it has been 4 months. Your thing says 4 months. It's been about 3 to 4, depending on how YouTube counts it. Each thing has its own connector. For the 2 fan connectors, I ended up switching the gender on the connectors so I don't accidentally plug those in backwards. So, and then I have a hot end, a 4-pin for the hot end, since that's a module that I pull out. Steve is the MVP here. Charlie was here earlier. Charlie was here at the very beginning of the stream. Ghost Dog equals Dunderhead in Greek. And what is Dunderhead? I don't know if anything was done today, but YouTube notification actually worked. Wow. So that's the second report. I had someone DM me, Tracy DM me, and said that the notification worked. So that's good to hear. Hopefully it works for the member streams too. There is another version of the Ender 3 to Switchwire mod that adds some Z height. I think there's several of these. This is the one I picked because it seemed to be the most popular, the one that most people were recommending and going with. And I'm really happy I did, because Dark Dog has been super responsive to taking feedback from my build here, and he's actively working on incorporating his own and some of my suggestions into it. Hey NH3D, I'm back. I've seen online chat about stealth burner motor overheating a lot. Is this an ongoing problem? What are your suggestions for building the new stealth burner release? So that's a problem because people aren't paying attention to a build. They're not looking at what you actually need to do when you're changing something. They're and I did this myself. Absolutely did this myself. This is an early version of the Clockwork 2 motor plate that from when I first switched from a LGX to this setup on my printer, and I forgot to change the run current. I was running it at 0.6 and burned the snot out of my finger and melted the part. So if you don't go through and check everything that you need to change, then you're gonna have a bad time. And I am catching up. Yeah, motor current is big. Those little steppers don't take much. It's like 0.3, 0.35. And I was running that one at 0.6. And that was the 17 millimeter motor that I was running as well. So depending on the stepper, you're probably somewhere between 0.28 and 0.36. So we were talking about what I did off camera. So I terminated all the wires at the tool head. I labeled them with little heat shrink labels, and I used one of these. This is probably a little fancier than you need, but I think it was on sale on Amazon. And then I just used the generic heat shrink. And the smallest you can get is these 5.8 millimeters. Sometimes it's not quite small enough, but make it work. So I used that to label the bundle, the connector, and then I don't know if you can see, maybe I'll show it on another part of the harness. I use little small pieces of colored heat shrink tubing to mark individual wires. Since all the wires are black, you need to have a way to tell what's the positive wire, what's the signal wire. So I use the multicolor heat shrink tubing to mark those. I'll show you on the main part of the harness. In H3D, I have 36 millimeters. Well, when we're talking about 17 or 20 millimeters, we're talking about the thickness of the stepper. They're all of the ones that are compatible with the Clockwork 2 are 36 millimeters in diameter, but then you're looking at how thick they are. So, anybody have a good pick for source for the Gates belts? I'd like to keep a spare 10 meters, but I've been buying. Depending on your location, Patrick, I think just about every printed parts vendor is starting to carry that kind of thing. I know all the popular folks in the US do. So you should be able to get Gates belts from just about any reseller. Printable heat shrink, yep, super handy. So moving on with the wiring, I did prep the wiring harness, okay? So I ran wiring from the tool head all the way to the controller and crimped the ends. And so basically, this is as if I'm gonna be building this with a pre-made harness, but I made it myself. So this is it. This is all as long as it needed to be. This is about 3.5 feet long. But looking at, this is the tool head side. See, all of these are also labeled. And if you look in here, you see these little short pieces of colored heat shrink that I put on just to mark all the wires. And I did that on both ends so I didn't lose track. And everything's labeled. So the way that I made this is I ran one wire through the cable chains all the way in and gave myself a few extra inches of length. And then I pulled it out and cut every wire. And then I crimped all the connectors for the tool head side and plugged them in and then laid the wires through my chains all the way to the electronics bay, and then just held everything in place and cut to length for where it needed to plug in on the control board. So we will be reusing the Ender wiring for the X and Z and Y steppers. Those all look to be pretty good lengths. And I think they'll, with just a little bit of service loops, they'll plug in just fine. What is the machine called? I think Dymo and Brother both make these machines that'll do heat shrink label stuff. To get the easy, I mean, the generic cartridge for heat shrink, it's the TZE, I think, is the, if you look here, this is the type of labels they use. And I think this guy is, and I can't even read that. Maybe you can read it if it focuses. Come on, focus. Brother model PTD500. And for the colored heat shrink, I just went on Amazon and searched for a variety pack of multicolor heat shrink. Came in different diameters. I mostly used the smallest diameter. How do you determine the correct amp for the stealth burner motor? What I've done so far is I'll extrude plastic and slowly increase it until it doesn't skip. I'm ending up right about 3.2 to 3.5, I think, for most of mine. Do that, I print on stickers and put transparent heat shrink over it. Another tip that I use just for talking about the colored heat shrink, it doesn't come in every color you want. So for instance, I wanted to differentiate the, here it is, the brown wire for the probe. So I took a Sharpie, I have a multi-pack of colored Sharpies, a brown Sharpie, and I colored the yellow heat shrink so that I know for sure which wire that is. Hoity, I did tell my motor melting story. Okay, where are we at? You're out of here, John. Have a good day. Don't mean to shame anybody. Hopefully, I inspire people, right? Inspire you to just take a little extra time. Is the brown one the wire with the BAT 85 for the inductive probe? The brown wire is the, and let me just make sure because I never want to assume that I know this one by heart. If you look at the front of any of these, let's go this way. Omron probes, it'll tell you the pinout. Of course, I can't read that. So it is, brown is the 10 to 30 volt DC, blue is ground, and black is your signal. It's very counterintuitive. So your BAT 85 diode goes on the black wire, the signal. And if we look at this, I kind of screwed up, but I accidentally cut the wrong wire. But if you look in here, there's a BAT 85 diode soldered in line and heat shrunk on this harness. Yep, so brown would go to your 24 volt. Welcome back, John. Swap in the glasses, yes. Would you mind linking your D-pulley tool again? Oh, the tool that I used to pull the press pulleys off of here? Let's see if I can find it. Let's see if I can find it. A decision I made on this build is to see how these Creality steppers work. And these were the pressed on pulley version. So I had a hard time finding a tool that would pull them off. Let me, I think it was Great Plains Pinion Gear Puller. Let's see. Yep. Let me copy this into chat. This is a US Amazon link, but it should give you an idea of what to search for. There you go, Sanity. Wiring, little prep on how the build's going to go. It's not sitting on feet right now, if you notice. So I think let's start this by putting the feet on so I'm not setting it down on the skirts. We talked last time about, or you teased me about whether I was going to put a bottom panel on it. And the build by default doesn't accommodate for a bottom panel. So I made one. So here's this. And I cut on my MPCNC a bottom panel. Just gonna go right like this. It should fit in there. Okay, I've got stuff in the way, that kind of thing, but that's gonna go like that. But before we do that, put some feet on it. So there's going to be, in this stream today, there's going to be a few custom parts that I've made. Anybody who wants them, I can publish them or I can send them to you directly. I know Dark Dog is going to be doing a lot of this stuff in his own take. So check with what they've done as well. So I modeled and printed up some feet here. So the challenge I had with putting a bottom panel on, and I've got a dry throat today, so you'll have to excuse me. Is the PSU fan going to get enough airflow with that panel on? So there's about 20 or 30 millimeters of space between the fan inlet and the bottom of the panel. So I'm not anticipate there being a problem. There's a fan in the back here that's going to pull fresh air into the enclosure. So I don't think it'll be a problem. So the problem, the concern I had when I was putting a bottom panel on is spacing the feet out and then finding a fastener that's the correct length to, that's not an odd size to bolt this all together. So what I decided to do is do a 2 fastener approach on the feet. And this also allows me to offset the feet so they're symmetric underneath here. So a little bit of satisfying of OCD tendencies there. So M5x16s is all this uses. There's one going in here to bolt it to the frame. And then there is a captured M5 nut on the end here to bolt the foot in. Now I use a captured M5 nut with little print features to hopefully hold it in without it having a tendency to fall out. So M5 nut in the end, and then the foot will bolt right here, but on the other side of the bottom panel. So, Berg TV, does this mod work for the Ender3 non-pro? So the big difference between the Ender3 Pro and the non-pro is the Y extrusion. The Y extrusion on the non-pro is a 20x40. I believe there are mods out there to do that, but you'd have to look. So let me get these pieces assembled with the nuts, and then I can bolt them into the frame here, and we can at least set it on feet instead of directly on the. the auto Z for clicky, calibrate Z typically gives results like 0.036, 0.043, but once in a while I'll get a result like 0.406. Any guesses why that's happening? For me, usually why that happens is I had some gunk on the nozzle. So make sure the nozzle tip is nice and clean. I've had the same thing. I pay attention to that when I start a print because I know I'm not going to have a good time when that happens. So usually rerun the thing. That one is a little tight. There we go. Little tight is good. Means it's not going to just fall out when I move the printer around without the feet on. Okay, so those are in, and then I'm going to grab some, where did I put those? There we go. M5 T-nut. I'm still getting those results after brushing off the nozzle, so I know the nozzle is clean. Make sure that over time the your Z end stop, all those screws are still tight. Over time, those can loosen up. So. Okay. So I've moved the feet to the inner slot on these 4040 frame rails. So, those there. Steve, missed you last week. Yep, a nice little bit of a break. But I'm back. There will be a couple breaks coming up. I've got a couple events I'm going to, but that'll be September and October. So the way I have this set up is I want so I wanted all of these feet pieces to be the same, whether it's the front feet or the back feet. So on the front feet, I only put the little indexing feature for the slot up to here, and this locates it here. I just push that until it touches this printed part here, and it can't go any further forward. That bolts in. On the back one, I need to measure 5 millimeters in from the back panel. So let's get an angle here that you're not staring at the back of my head when I measure this. There we go. That's good enough. And then I want this just 5 millimeters back. And it's not critical. There's some play, but right there is where I want that to be. And the front one goes in here and goes all the way forward till it touches. And this puts these, the screw mounting hole 35 millimeters in from the ends. So I was actually pleased to be able to make that symmetric. Right there, and one more. All the way forward, there. So now with all of this correct, this should set right there. And let's see how well these line up. Looks like it lines up just right. Yep. So good. That's the first time I've actually test fit that. So perfect. It'll have a bottom panel. It'll be a proper build. Oh, let me catch up. Would this mod work with a regular Ender 3? Much of the mod will work with a regular Ender 3. I think you'll have to find some alternate parts for the Y assembly. I'm wondering how big OC Maker Faire is going to be and whether it's worth doing a family trip for it. I don't know. I'm going. I'm going to be at OC Maker Faire. It's first annual. So I'm looking forward to it. I haven't been to a Maker Faire. It's different. My impression is it's going to be fundamentally different from like Murph, where Maker Fairs are going to be more focused on the product of our cool tools that we build, right? So where the Rep Rap Festival is about the tools, Maker Faire is about the product of those tools. Happy MFG, is the bottom panel 3mm? It is. It's just 3mm or 1/8 inch ABS stock that I have some of. So. Hey, Cutie P. Welcome. Glad that your OCD got triggered when I mentioned last stream if you were going to put a bottom panel. It was not in the design. Now you have one. Yep, I have one. And I have more to this. I have more to this. So we have feet, and I have skirt pieces to go along with it. So to cover this gap, and we'll look at those closer later. I had fun with those. So. A 7-hour road trip. I thought you were, oh, you're in the Bay Area, that's right. For some reason, I thought you were in SoCal as well. How much does it cost for this upgrade? It depends on how many parts you're gonna recycle. The major cost is probably rails. You need 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 MGN 12 by 300mm rails. Nathan Chu, any reason not to add 5mm to the backside so the rear ones come out flush against the skirt? No reason at all. No reason at all. I don't know why I didn't do that. I could have done that. Good idea, Nathan. So I think that brings us up, sort of. There's a couple of things that I did off stream that, or I designed and anticipated off stream for this, but we'll hit those as we get to them. Has anybody come across a good filament slicer? I have not. Splicer, not slicer. Are you flying to OC, Steve? My wife and I plan to drive from the Bay Area too. I am flying into Long Beach. I'm gonna fly into Long Beach. Okay, so let's get going. Let's get moving on some of the additional wiring we're gonna do here. Let me see what I can do about angles here. I think maybe a filament box or something, maybe a generic, on a white box here. I'm gonna prop the printer up so we get some better angles on this. Oh, that'll work great. Look at that. So let's manage the AC wiring here. And I think what I'm gonna do is use some of these same wire anchors from Trident. And I am going to figure out, okay, those go there. And Just gonna make sure that they are fully, there we go. Because they're not quite the perfect fit, but they'll be just fine. And put 2 of those there to anchor these wires. I think that'll work. Saved my fingers by using these pliers instead. Hey 007 FPV. All right, thought I'd pop in and say hi before I grab some lunch. I'll be back after lunch to join you in the quest to push plastic. Awesome, thanks for being here. Let me get some zip ties. I know where stuff is now. I know where stuff is. It's such a good feeling. Let's do something like that. Keep these out of the way. There. Oh, and I'm losing. Okay, this is not gonna work. This is not the my weight distribution here is not great. So let me tweak what I'm doing here. I'm gonna have the printer fall and break something if I'm not careful. What do I want to use? Here, let's use a couple. Let's do 2 things. A couple of stepper motor boxes. Put one on this side, one on that side, and that is going to be much more stable. There we go. This is not going anywhere. Good. A viewer to like ratio. Yeah, we got over 200 people here today. Now, all of this wire management has to happen on this inside slot because the outside slot's going to be used by those skirt gap fillers. So that will go like that. Gets that stuff nice and managed. Can you give me motivation to fix my printer? What's broken on your printer? Do you need just the just do it kind of motivation or the lead by example motivation? Charlie was on screen at the start of the stream. Yep. He was. He's sleeping. He's sleeping right here, right now. I think I can get a look. This is where he likes to sleep. There. And this is the little AC unit I'm using. But there you go. Charlie's on screen. It's because there's the XZ motor mounts. Yeah. Well, I was trying to balance it on this flat spot here. I wasn't on the motor mount. I was here, but then the weight distribution was wrong and that box was trying to roll out of the way. Can you use cable clips in the slots? These cable clips? Yeah. Isn't that AC wire gauge a bit small? No, this is 18 gauge. It'll be fine. Does the model only work on Ender 3? Does it work on Ender style printers? Many of the parts will work on Ender style printers, but you may have to tweak stuff depending on your particular printer. Let's go with the bed wiring next. So if you remember last stream, we barely have enough length on the wires that came with the printer to get into the electronics compartment here. These are the wires down here. I did not want to go through the process of desoldering those wires from the bed and redoing them. And for this build, I will be doing that for myself. And I might try to do a quick, just kind of show the process video that. I had intended to do it as part of the prep just to, before this, but I did not get to it. So at some point I'm gonna change that up, and I'm probably even gonna put an XT60, a quality XT60 connector there, so I can remove the bed without too much trouble. But right now, the solution that we talked about last time is we're gonna use Wago connectors to extend these wires. So I used the existing Wago mounts, and I modeled a version that will bolt right here. It'll just bolt right in there with a couple of M3 fasteners, and that's the perfect length for these existing wires to just stick in there and snap into place. So that'll be nice and out of the way, nice and clean. So. NanoCloon, hi there, I'm looking to do this mod myself. How hard and expensive would you say it is? It's not difficult. This is going to be about a 3 stream. It would have been 4 if I had done wiring on stream, maybe 5, because I spent probably about 2.5 hours on wiring. The expenses are going to be in the rails, the belts, some bearings, and whatever else you don't recycle from the Ender 3. Hi, Tiger. Okay. So I'm going to use the main wires. So the wires coming from the bed, and then these other silicone insulated wires from the Ender. I think I had replaced the XT60 with a more quality one early on when I bought the printer. So I think this is my connector, but I'm just going to cut these off and use this for the bed wiring here. So this gets a couple of 2-pin Wagos in there, and they snap in. Those just go like that. And then I'm gonna turn the printer on its top so I can pull these out the top and strip a little more of this wire away. I'm not gonna cut, these are, the tips of these are solder tinned, but I'm gonna be stripping back another double that length to get the proper insertion in the Wago. So I think I think it'll be okay without cutting these, because I don't have any length here. I might cut like a couple of millimeters off of the ends of them, so I'm hitting the bare wire with the Wago. Maybe I'll cut a couple of millimeters off. I think I've got enough room for that. I'm going to move this out of the way here, and I'm going to pull these back up so I have some room to work with it. Strippers. What was the reason for splitting the Y carriage again? Because the design of the Y carriage before was over constrained. It didn't allow for any variation in width for your rails and your print quality. So splitting it allows that to conform and doesn't, like I said, doesn't over constrain it. So let me get my glasses on. We are going to strip this. This is going to be tough to get to, but I want to go about that much. There's the bare wire, so I'm going to cut off a couple of millimeters of the end of this. So we get, so we're going to be using the Wago on the unsoldered part. Just a couple of millimeters, because I don't have a lot of length here. And that little bit of solder at the end is going to help keep those wires from unraveling anyway, so that's kind of nice. So that, hopefully I have enough. There we go. So now these are going to go in here. And we're going to take these wires and completely cut the soldered part off the end, because we have plenty of wire to work with here. Twist those. I'm going to pre-insert these into the Wago. I think it'll make it easier to assemble. Where are we at? We are going to go this way. Finally got my hand to Raspberry Pi 2 gig and retail normal price. Nice. You can find those. I think MicroStation in the US has them occasionally. Yeah, like Mapstang said. When you hit that like button, it's like petting Charlie. Exactly. Craig, how do you become a member? There should be a join button somewhere. Okay, so those are sticking out. I'm going to use the, let's see, just how they're laying is how I'm going to set this. So I'm going to go the black wire on the outside here and the red here. And those are firm. And then I'm going to open up these, and I think I'm going to try to set this in and use some tweezers. Patrick, thanks for gifting the memberships. Use some tweezers to work these up into the Wago connector here. Now I'm, yep, just like that. Let me make sure I get the glasses. Push those in, see if those are all, yeah, those are all nice and in there. This is gonna go that way. So a couple of M3 T-nuts. Watching on my iPad and I don't see the join button. I'm not sure where that might show up on mobile, Craig. Someone else might be able to give you a hand. Let's make sure it all gives. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna put in a couple of there we go. And M3 by 8. What did I do? Oh. I keep knocking because these T-nuts aren't great for these V slots. I keep knocking the T-nut out of the way. Does that work? No, that's Got the wrong length. Or did I grab? Oh, that's why. I grabbed M5s. I grabbed M5s. Yeah, that's why it wouldn't go in. Bill Brothers, thanks for gifting the memberships. Oh, Nathan, member for 3 months. Triple Charlie, thank you. Okay, let's get the right size T-nut in here. I gotta say, this is on the edge of length here for this to be viable. So your mileage may vary on how well what I'm doing here works. Much better when you have the proper fastener. Where is this other one? Okay. Okay, I think I knocked that fastener out of the way. Again. I let myself scroll up. Yep, I knocked it out of the way. Let's try this again. Jaeger, thanks for gifting the memberships. Did I miss anybody? Yep. I think I got everybody. There we go. Okay, so bed wiring is in place. This is going to go, let's cut this to length. It's going to go right there. And that can just, maybe I'll put a little VHB tie down here. Give it a little bit of extra room. Let's go right there. And I have a different set of, not those, these little bigger gauge wire cutters. These are 14 gauge. Okay. Work was closed for a week. Supply chain starting back up tomorrow, but no, they wanted me at 5 to 10. Uh-oh. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, thanks for the gifted memberships, everyone. Patrick, thanks for the gifted memberships. Hi, Brian. Hey, Dwarf Sack. These little ferrule connectors, and we want 14 gauge, which is blue. And then the tool for that, one of these type crimpers. Do lots of glasses switching today. That. Like that. And these can go into the bed. What do we have here? Maker Source, thanks for gifting the memberships. Hi, Charlie. Where are we at? One, I don't know if I've mentioned this on stream before, but one tip I do for any of these controllers is they don't always mark the polarity of connectors well. So I take a red Sharpie and I mark the positive side of all the connectors so I don't have to think about it. Hey Craig, thanks for becoming a member. Bifocals. No, I don't want to do bifocals. I'm not going to be able to get 5 times magnification. Woo. I'm not going to be able to get 5 times magnification bifocals. I love my large magnification. Hi, the Enkitas. Welcome. Oh boy, I am missing stuff. I keep being scrolled up trying to keep up. Why am I starting to think I'm the only one who pulls on my crimps to make sure they took and then they are up to the strain? I do. If you saw me pull on the Wagos, these, well, I guess I didn't pull on them, but hi, Freak. Charlie. Welcome to Charlie's Angels. Gift spam is welcome. I don't know yet what I'm going to do for this month's members stream. I don't know when either. Probably late month. Probably late month. Maybe the last Saturday of the month. So, okay, I like my glasses switching. It doesn't bother me. So we are going to the bed connectors here. Going to make sure that these are open, because those are some big ferrules. Go. There we go. And that lays there nice and neat. Flip down magnifying lenses, like working at a nail salon, that worked for me. I had some of those, but they were cheap Harbor Freight stuff. I didn't like them. Maybe if I had some quality ones, I'd like them more. Last Saturday will be the 27th. Yep. So also the end of this month, or the very beginning of next month, will mark 1 year of me doing this. So we got 1 year and 5,000 subscribers. That's yep, awesome. Okay, so bed wiring is done. Now we have the thermistor, which I'm just gonna solder an extension on here, and we only have to get to here. So I might actually take it around this way and go up here and loop it around for the rest. So let's see how much wire I need for that and get my wire. I'm just using offcuts for this kind of thing. I like to use up the wire I have, so I'm gonna go there and there. So I need 2 pieces about this long. Not being nitpicky, but negative lead can go in more in that terminal. So I was pushing on that. Let's find out. I was pushing on this when I put it in, so I think let's wiggle, wiggle. I don't mind the nitpick. That's as far as that is going in. Now it might have extra wire out the tip of the ferrule, depending on if I was even in stripping these wires. It might be preventing that one from going quite as far in, but it is a solid connection. I think we're fine. $5,000 per year. That means I'll hit 1 million subscribers sometime in 2022. Hey, 94. Trim any ferrule that shows metal. Well, let's see. Since we're looking at this, let's pull this one out. What do we have on the end there? We've got a little bit on the end. So let me just trim that. I don't want to trim the ferrule itself, just the wires that are sticking out. Let's see. That does it. Yeah, that did it. There. That did it. A lot of printers could be built in 200 years. Yes. 94, I gotta say, Steve, seen you shouted out in a variety of 3D printing communities. Happy to finally make a stream. Awesome. I know I appreciate Daniel at Modbots shout out. Gave me a very good bump for a week that I didn't stream. That's why I'm at 5,000 now instead of at the end of the month, I think. So I don't know where else I've been mentioned. I try to watch. I watch a lot of videos, but I don't catch them all. So yeah, those are in there equally and fully inserted now. Switchwire video from Dan. I was happy about him. Yeah. I met Daniel at Murph and have communicated with him quite a bit right before and since then, and super nice guy. Very, very happy. So many of the folks in this community, it's such a good community to be a part of. So, we're going to extend these wires, which means we're just going to do this with solder and heat shrink. So I'm going to turn the printer on the top and pull these out the top so I have a little more room to work. So I'm not, scratch that. I'm just going to do it right here. I think there's a better view right here. Scratch that, reverse it. This stuff. There and there. 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 I will do my wiring on my 2.4 tonight. Maybe. Do it. Do it. Brian Lights. It's me and Chad. I was able to get my rebuilt printer up and functioning with the recommendation of using 2 boards for Clipper this week. I'm very happy with it. Awesome. That's one of the nice, huge benefits and strengths of Clipper is the ability to use multiple non-matching MCUs. Will this work with the SKR Mini E3 1.2? Yes, it will. You'll have fewer controllable fan outputs with the 1.2 though. Gotta say, Steve's silky silver hair gives me a very Blues Brothers vibe. Need a top hat and a briefcase. I am after heat shrink tubing. So I just have this big box of, and look at that. That's some of the not often used multicolor heat shrink sizes. So they just end up at the bottom of the box. But I have just this little box here that has miscellaneous smaller sizes. And I also bought, because I use small pieces of black filament or heat shrink, is just short pieces of varying sizes. So I'm just gonna grab a couple of the smallest one here. Yeah, I think that'll work. Cut a couple of pieces off of here and throw the remnants in this little box. You know, the problem with hats and me is it's hard to find one that fits because my head's too big. Is it not recommended to do like twisted pairs on the printers? I feel like I never see anyone do it. I often twist the wires just for wire management control. Okay, let's go this. We got my soldering iron. Let's heat it up. And maybe, so you're not staring at the back of my head, let's do something like this. Sure. Pinning. Let's see if I can get something so I'm not totally blocking your view. There we go. And then what I'm looking for on these solder joints, I'm not going to be able to show a good enough view, but I'm looking to make sure the solder joint is shiny. If it's dull, it's a cold joint, and I'm making sure that the solder fillets everywhere. So it's filled in the gaps, and we're good on both of those. Let me catch up here. DJ Natty, how are you connecting to the display to the E3 mini board? Got an adapter thingy still left over from one of the other builds. I need to order some. So I didn't have an adapter thingy, but I did order one. I ordered one of these Timet display adapters. This plugs into the board here, and then the 2 ribbon cables go. That's what I'm gonna go with for this. I ordered this from actually DFH. So one that has, yeah, Patrick, we we look to be about similar size heads. I think I need to be in the 8 and an 1/8 inch range. Hey, Johnny Boy Tech. Where did the back skirt that moves the power inlet come from? Just joined, so I may have missed this earlier. So Zooman 2, that I modeled, but Dark Dog is modeling a similar version, is going to be releasing it. So I said actually DFH because that's the first time I've ordered from him. I haven't mentioned, or I mean, I've mentioned using some DFH stuff because the ERCF, the original kit, came from there, but I'd never actually placed an order. So I had a few things. I had one thing that I needed that only he had, so I figured I'd grab a few things and see how it went. It went well. I have no complaints. Leo the Human, wait, why are we splicing the wires? Because I'm using the harness that came with the Ender. It's not quite long enough for the thermistors. So I'm going to splice these and put some heat shrink tubing over the joints. And this never moves. It's going to be anchored to the side here. So a little solder joint will be fine. Hey, Latian, welcome. I don't think I got any dog hair. I don't think I received any dog hair. I don't know if I'm disappointed or not. I don't know if Charlie would have liked that. How'd the ERCF go? I have been so busy. I am getting back to it. I bought Filament to do multicolor lithophanes on it. So I will get back to it. I bought the Filament for it. I just have been so busy with the rest of these projects, I haven't done it yet. Convince my parents to buy me a Voron. How could I convince my parents to buy me a Voron 2.4? You talk about how that's going to enable your future of building and technology and learning. A bit of heat. Nice relaxed stream to watch during post. Yes. It's the idea. Okay, so then my plan was to go up and around and plug in right there. So I've got plenty of wire there. I want this to come kind of, maybe even go to that lower slot. I think I have, where did I put that? I already did a label. So this is how those labels come off of the maker. Now there is a lot of waste. This is the minimum that it will, this is the amount that it will waste at the end. It never cuts it right after the label. This is how much it cuts. So if you only did like the TB there would be this much on both sides. So you want to consolidate as much as you can the labels. So you see here, I just put a bunch of them in line. Gonna put this on here. And grab a anchor. Put that one right. Just gonna put that right there. Go. Super Smash. Hey Steve, I was wondering where I can download the shock guard for the mains power inlet. Are you talking about for this or for another printer or what? I don't know if I have any other wires I'm going to want to take through here. I guess I could move this down, oops, and take the power wires through there and kind of clean them up. I cram as many letters as possible in one line and print it like that. Yes. The brother waste is why I switched to Dymo. Do those not waste as much? I would almost be, once I run out of this stuff, I'd almost be willing to switch label makers if they don't waste as much. There we go. And that's gonna go, and that's just gonna sneak up behind those stepper wires. And I'm gonna cut probably another couple of centimeters off of here before I put on a connector. The mod part you made for the Trident skirt. If you send me a DM, I can send you that. That'll end up getting put into the next printer release. It's just not there yet. And put a JST connector on the end of this. If I can find my, there they are. The AC unit here makes access to some of my drawers a little more challenging. Maybe you can convert the Brother label printer to a Voron one running Clipper. Got to figure out what processor, what MCU does it use? Is it an STM? Maybe. Dymos are more expensive. Okay. paper. Go. And this is not polarized, so we can just put this in to the connector. And I think I'm going to go ahead and do this little, just twist this. This comes up to the end, and just twist this a bit. There we go. And then that'll just kind of keep those somewhat together. This will plug into the bed thermistor port. Right, like that. Oh, where are we at? Giant active heater in the sky is kicking my butt today. Yeah, that's why I have this air conditioning unit blowing right on me. I am comfortable. What kind of label maker and what material is that label for the wires? So it is I'm using a Brother. It's a PTD 500. And then some generic off Amazon heat shrink label material. Let's get some of these tools out of the way because we're going to flip the printer over and start working on putting the main harness in. After we power the main board. So I needed to do some testing, checking some voltages. So I did create the harness for powering the controller. So it's just 2 spade terminals and then ferrules on the other end. So I had ran these under the power supply to keep everything well away from the AC lines. Now that's not critical. I just thought it was kind of a good idea. So let's pull these through here. And then this is gonna just go around here and then plug in right like that. Go through this little channel here. So there and there. There. And there. Push these up. And then main power here. Those are pushed in all the way. That will go like that. I was thinking about making sure that this stays there by grabbing that right there, and that's probably not a bad idea. I'll grab that with that zip tie later, and then that'll force this to stay within this little printed part that protects it from the sharp edges of the cutout here and the extrusion. So I'll zip tie that along with the thermistor wire there. Am I missing anything? If I missed anything, go ahead and repeat. Okay, we're gonna set this up on its top. So I'm gonna temporarily throw these feet on. I'll have to pull these off again, but this will keep it from sliding around on the skirts. 200 people. Woo. Okay. Power, bed thermistor, AC power. We've got display ribbon cables. I think I'm going to run those last. We could do... We have the wires that came with the Ender. So, and they're nicely already labeled. So this is the Z stepper, and it actually works out to where this is the Z stepper, and that's going to be pretty well fit right there. And then the, what is the, that's, oh, this is Y. Now this one might be a little long. I might redo this. So this is the bundle that is the X end stop, the extruder stepper, and the X stepper. Now X is on this side. If I go here and I go all this way, that's a lot of extra wire. I might still use this wire. That'll save me one side of crimping. So what I'm gonna do is just separate these. So I'm just going to separate them. Don't need that. This is the X. Now we can take this one and run it through here. Now Y has the end stop as well, so I can run that through this little hole and probably run it all the way through here, and that's going to be a pretty close length. So we'll save this. We'll do this after we do the tool head wiring, I think. You've had higher? Oh yeah, I think I've peaked out at almost 600 on the last stream of the Trident build, but otherwise I've hit 300 a few times. Okay, let me let Charlie out. Yes, go. Okay. Let's see. Let's do tool head, since we're prepped for that. So, cable chain and Z cable chain. So when you order these generic 3-hole, Bifene Bay, whatever cable chains from Amazon, you get enough, you get a meter of chain and 2 sets of ends. You don't always get 2 sets of ends. I'm going to, for this build, assume that you got 2 sets of ends. And I ended up printing, there's a user mod. If you search for cable chain, you'll find them. I think it's Majoris made them. There is a cable chain ends printable that I'm going to use for Z. So I'm going to use the ones that came with it for X, and I did for Y. And for Z, I'm going to try the printed ones. DJ Natty, don't know if you mentioned it when connecting the bed to the board. Big Tree Tech did switch the bed and constant power plugs on the V3 versus the V2 and B4. That can confuse the hell out of people. So I highly recommend when you're doing any wiring with these, go out to their GitHub. Let me find it. Here we are. So this is the Big Tree Tech SKR Mini E3. And this is the V3 version. And there's going to be, Big Tree Tech does a good job of putting pin diagrams. And we can see here the heated bed power, and extruder. So we're going to refer to this a lot when we do the software configuration. So you can buy chain ends separately. Well, that's good. I see that you have drill bits. How do you determine the strong ones? If I can use them and they don't break, they're the strong ones. As long as I don't screw up. Okay, so we have the tool head here. The longer chain is Z, so I'm gonna move those parts out of the way. And then we have, I want the locked, so hold on a second. Okay, close it. On these generic chains at least, one end is usually fixed, which means that it does not swivel between this, the anchor link and the next link. There's no swivel here. The other side, we put this on here, you notice it will swivel. So we want to put the fixed end to the tool head. Hey, KB3D, welcome. Question on the skirt. Is it possible to print it on a standard E3 size plate? Yes. Yes. It'll all fit on there. Okay, so I'm going to start by temporarily anchoring the cable chain here. I'm going to open up all of the gates on the chain, and we're going to take our harness. And this is the tool head side. I'll put this in here, and I temporarily put zip ties on here just to hold the harness together. I'm going to remove those a bit at a time. So this goes here, and I'm going to close up the last. Well, I guess I can just close all of these. Oops. Make sure you don't pinch any wires in here. And then there's a zip tie spot, and Charlie is needing attention. He's working his way over. This is a full Stealth Burner 2, or Stealth Burner and Clockwork 2 setup. So there is a spot in the cable chain here for a zip tie. Hi, Charlie. I'm going to put that in here. I am not using a tool head PCB. Very specifically not. Okay, so I'm not going to tighten this yet because I need to get all these connectors plugged in. I think we're gonna take a moment to give Charlie some attention because he's not gonna put up with otherwise. Okay, let's get you headed and get hair everywhere. Oh, almost done. Charlie break. Yep. Oh, we're at an hour and 41 minutes. We're doing good. Easier to give kids NyQuil than cats? Yes. That all off? Okay. All right, Charlie. You gonna go that way? Yes. Okay, you gonna rub over there? Let's see what we can do about a reasonable camera angle here. Are you gonna knock this over? I'm sure you will. Okay. Now let's see if you'll just go down there now. Okay. Let's see. Let's try that. I'm just going to go through and plug all these in. So we're going to start with the hot end right here. Let's do the steppers. This is stepper. Here, this is the probe. So this is the Z probe. Have NeoPixel and X-stop. X-stop. The hot end fan and the part cooling fan, and then NeoPixel. There, all right, like that. PF Dennis, thanks for gifting the memberships. Killer Prince, you said Micron next. No, Solid Fork next. Solid Fork next, which is self-sourced with some help from folks for sub-assemblies. Okay, so that's gonna go in there, and all of these should just kind of lay a little flat like that, and the beauty of the Stealth Burner is that closed nicely. Look at that. And tighten that down. That is closed up. Now we're going to anchor all of these and make sure I have a little bit of slack. Use that zip tie to hold those in place. A little bit of slack there. So now the tool head is wired up. Let's see where we're at. There is probably a Micron build in my future, but that's not for sure yet until it happens. But there's probably a Micron build in my future. It's already talked about, so. Okay, so now I have this cable chain hanging out here. I'm going to pull these wires through in this direction, and then that will draw in right there. Those were all Microfit 3 connectors, Craig. MF3, Molex Microfit 3. Notify Yuri about the build. He will. Oh yeah, I've definitely been chatting with Yuri about it. I've been planning a Solid Fork build for a long time. If you've been paying attention, it's been on the schedule for several months. It's just a matter of getting stuff, and I'm finally at the point where I can start it. John, I'm doing the 120 Solid Fork, which is the less common version. Zoom in 2, can you move the tool head all the way to the left and not hit the belt? Yes, when we're done, we will. And I'll show you that process because it's just basically finding that point of where to anchor this side to where it doesn't hit at max or at min Z. I'm allergic to 15mm extrusions. So for a build like the Solid Fork or the Micron, I don't think it's as big of a deal for the pre-inserted nuts, because you can get to much of the printer. Once the frame's built, you can do much of the other things without having to change those. On a V0, you can't like pull certain things apart without taking parts of the frame apart, which is the bigger deal, I think. Okay, so this is here. I need to anchor this side, so let me get a couple of the correct, not M5. I need M3. So I'm gonna need 2 of these. One for the cable chain and one for the wire cover here. So that's gonna go there, and we're gonna grab this. The slide nut mod is great on 5015 frame. Use it with hex nuts. Okay. Did Falzworks disappear when shipped like Trident? So officially, the Trident is recovered. The LDO Trident is officially recovered. It arrived back to Jason late last week, so it's barely recovered. I'm gonna put those out there. So here we are. I've put this in so this can slide. If we move this all the way to the end, and now we're just going to position this to where you want this to be basically to where it almost touches on this. Why is that lighting so terrible? I think it's just all this dark. That's a little better. So that is there, and we're gonna move this to where it just doesn't touch. Thread that down. So now when we come across, it touches, it doesn't actually touch. I mean, it gets almost to touches. It's official. It's back. Now, we do know that the build plate broke away from the mounts, so that has kind of bounced around in there. I don't know. I haven't seen the inside yet, so it did not come out unscathed. But part of that is my fault, not being used to packaging something that heavy. I moved the build plate to the very bottom of the printer, but I probably should have just removed it and packaged it somewhere else in there, because that is such a heavy mass. It was expecting a lot to have the printed parts hold it in place. So. Also make sure secure the ones for the panels capped, recovered. Yeah, so we'll, it hasn't actually been, I've got a picture of it before it was, yeah, that's good. From before. And so I don't know its exact state right now. I'm gonna put a second screw in this cable chain end. Just kind of sneak it by the, oops, wrong screw type. Need to, this one, flathead. Sneak it by the wires and make sure I don't pinch any. Just gonna push those out of the way. Yep, there we go. There. The build plate, so it could. I don't know what acrylic or anything might be damaged in there. But that is good. I may have to make a service call. That's quite a service call. Is CAN bus cleanly supported now? I haven't played with CAN bus yet, so I don't want to give a recommendation on how difficult or not it may be. You're both on the same coast? Yeah, we're both in California. Who is Steve calling a butthead? What? I don't think I called anybody a butthead. Okay, so there is a zip tie anchor in this part. So we are going to do that. And this counts as the anchor for this side of the wiring harness. So I want to anchor this in place such that it's running along the middle of the chain. So right about there. Move another one of these anchors on there. This piece goes in here. There we go. What's the bend radius of that cable chain? I don't know. Center to center here is about 40 millimeters. Okay, so that's there. So now we're going to work on the Z portion of this. I was doing some test fitting here, and I'll probably have to upload these two because the cable chain ends that are out there are 2-hole, and I printed all the 3-hole stuff, so I modified them to be 2-hole, but in the right spot, since you really only need 2 fasteners here. So this goes here. This is the fixed end. You want the fixed end on top for the Z chain. And that will be, this is the fixed end, so that'll be this side. That's going to go like that. So we're going to take all of this. I'm looking forward to playing with CAN bus. I just have not had the time to get it set up on a printer. I have a few CAN boards. I have a couple of the Big Tree Tech, the newer version 1.2 for this style, and then I have a couple of Hoovid boards. Okay, opened all those up, and then we're gonna lay the harness in here first, I think. Yes, future stream. So I've been doing a lot of big builds. Once these are done, I want to get back to doing little one-day builds, like setting up CAN bus or revisiting some other mods. I've just gotten caught in all these builds and having fun with them. Okay, so that's there. And then I think I can pre-anchor this guy. Oh no, did I screw that up? I screwed that up. I screwed that up. These are wrong. These are wrong. What can we do? What can we do? We're gonna fix this, and we're gonna fix it live. Let me get some water. I screwed it up, but I think, I think we can print them in about 20 minutes. So let's fix it. When is the buggy RC build? It is still on the plate. I just haven't been able to fit it in. So we're gonna fix this live. Let's do a little bit of quick and dirty Fusion 360 work. Let me find these first. Where did I save them? Little quick and dirty Fusion 360 work. Yeah, I can't believe I had my mind mixed up on that. Let me open these. These are good. Let me close that and move this over here. Okay. Fusion 360. So the person who created this mod provided step files that weren't step files. So the they're basically a mod, an STL converted to a solid body in Fusion 360 and then exported as a step. It's not a true step file, so I had to go through and play around with these a bit, cleaning them up. But this is the file. This is the cable chain end, and I made a mistake, my own mistake. I set up the whole pattern wrong. So we're gonna fix this very quickly, and this isn't going to be a full Fusion 360, how to do things, but we're gonna do a quick and dirty mod, a quick and dirty change. So these parts we're going to, and I'm not used to this mouse, we're simply going to select these faces here, and we're gonna move this in this direction by 3.5 millimeters. These generic cable chains have a hole spacing for the pair of holes are 7 millimeters apart, and then this way they're 8 millimeters apart. So I just needed to recenter that by moving it over half of 7 millimeters. And now I need to take this hole, and I think I might have a problem because I think that little artifact there might keep me from being able to move this. So let's find out. Let's move that. Here, let's grab that guy just in case it lets me. And grab that. And we're gonna move this in one direction. Let's move this minus 3.5. Nope, it's not letting me move it. Oh, it moved the whole thing. Oh, did I grab something else? Yeah. Let's try this. Let's just try grabbing those three surfaces. Move this minus 3. Oh, it is working. Awesome. It's going to create some artifacts, but or I thought it was going to. Okay, so that one's fixed. Those artifacts I thought were going to screw me up, but whatever. This is an STL converted to step, which was really frustrating because we're requiring step files now, but this is not okay. But this is an older mod too. I don't think this was put out there recently. This is not clean. I'm not super happy with the way this is, but it's going to be fine. It will print fine. So let me just save this because I'm actually going to be quick, I'm going to slice this on my other computer. So I'm just going to save this. Normally I would go in here and just save as mesh, right click on the part or the body and save as mesh. You can save it somewhere. I'll do that on the other computer. So we're done with that one. Now this one, I need to do the same thing. So we're going to grab these surfaces and move them that direction, 3.5. Then we're going to grab this one. And which way do I want this one to be? I'm going to move it that way. Minus 3.5. Oh, it doesn't like that. So there's something in there that's killing it. Actually, let's see what happens. No, it's the operation cannot. So the weird artifacts here sometimes cause problems with this. Let's try 3.5. Will it do that? Nope. So it's not going to let me move these. So instead, what I'm going to do is just delete it. Just delete that altogether. We are going to create a new sketch on the front here. And we're just going to, where do I want this? I want it over here. So we're going to do a circle here and we're going to project this inner line here. Say, okay. And then we're going to say, we want that circle to be the same size. And then I want this to be dimension 8 millimeters from there. And oops, 3.5 millimeters, 5 millimeters from there. So all we're doing is making sure that hole is the same size as that one and positioning it relative. Now we're going to finish that, and then we're going to extrude that hole through to the other side. And now we've got a repositioned hole, and we can now chamfer that and that by 0.4, which is a lot more than they had done. They probably did 0.2, so we'll just do that. This should be, oops, oh, what I hit, info. Is that 4 millimeters to there? Yeah, 4.6, that's close enough. Okay. Hey, squirrel brain. Wish it was this easy to move holes in the real world. Yeah. I wish Fusion did a little better job of those weird artifacts and being able to remove them. But this will work. Save that. And now give me just a moment to grab those on the other computer, slice them, and throw them at my V0. So that is... get it preheating and export those files. I don't think I can. No, I don't see. Maybe we can do this. I'm trying to just be funny here and get a view of Charlie, but I can't get the camera to stay in the right spot. Okay, wait. Oh, where are we at? Yep, I can't get the camera to go in the right spot, so just a moment. Save as mesh. Bring it into the slicer. Place it, throw it over there. Okay. So it's over here. Okay. Where are we at? Sometimes you can split the model perpendicular to the artifact and then rejoin it and the artifact will disappear. You can do all kinds of weird tricks with it. Yep. Okay, so I made a mistake in such a way that I can't just put this on here temporarily and swap them out. So my mistake was breaking. So we're gonna switch gears while that's printing and we're gonna do the X, Z, and Y wiring. So I think I'm gonna just tuck these under the printer. Tuck that out of the way so it doesn't go flopping everywhere. Any suggestion for a nozzle scrubber mod for a 2.4 R2? The only one I've used is the decontaminator mod. GSVHB it on? Yes. And that was a good little sidetrack, right? Do some quick and dirty Fusion 360 tweaks. It would, you're right, it would sit off, and I don't know if the spacing is gonna be right. And the down here, it's going to shift it up, which means that the cable chain is gonna fall out the back. This ends up not being tall enough to help hold it in place. So let's start the print. Let's see if it's ready to, yeah, it's ready to go. Let's throw that guy at it. Print. It says it's gonna take about 20 minutes. So that is going. So let's do X and Z wiring. And Y. Here's Y. Here is X. And here is Z. So I'm going to undo my fastener holding the plate on just so I can pull this out of the way. There we go. Plug that into the stepper, get it tucked down, and then this can go back on. Could you not do VHB is forever? Yeah. Yeah, just not ideal. And that was a good little sidetrack, I think. And we have the X stepper. I'm gonna do the same thing because I don't think I can sneak that through there without at least loosening this. My friend is building a printer too. 2 build streams. Nice. What are they building? What is your friend building? Is this going? Make sure it's looking good. Yep. Okay, so this goes in here. And then this one, we want to make sure that it's a nice and tight to the stepper so it doesn't get in the way of the cable chain. So just make sure that's nice. Bear Squad, what's your friend building? There we go. And then Y. So we'll just have these hanging out the bottom. This still got some of the hot glue stuck to here, so I'm going to pull that away. This could be a fairly long stream today. I hope everyone's ready. Like I said, I want to push plastic today. Any cubic Cobra. Okay. I have no... It's hard to keep up with all the printers out there. Is that a bed flinger? Is it a Delta? Okay. I'm not sure how I'm going to snake this wire in, but we're going to try by starting to pull that off and see what we need to do. It's the JST end, so that... See if I can get this snuck through without pulling too much of it apart. Let's see if I remove this forward screw here for the deck panel. No, that's not what I want. Now I've got wires tangled everywhere. There we go. Okay, let's move that up out of the way. Let's see if we can go in like this now. There we are. There. Easy peasy. Bed flinger. Jake from State Farm, yo. Long stream of fun. I'm just working on organizing things better and getting ready for my Solid Fork stream tomorrow. Awesome. Lots of Solid Fork builds going on. That's great. More Trident serial numbers. Solid Fork gets a Trident serial number. Okay, so that's there. Plug in the Y end stop and the Y stepper. Just like that. Any word on V0.2 yet? Been putting off the Afterburner Mini build on the Solid Fork till last hopes of the Stealth Burner Mini is out for the ease of assembly. No word. Soon. Trademark. Wish I could find little clip cable labels. Are you talking about these little yellow labels? I'm not sure where to find them either. How is this going? Yep, that's doing good. Okay, so those are all done. Let's move this back to about the middle, and let's turn it over and do those on the underside. There we go. Has anyone built a double dragon yet? Is that the IDEX V0? Okay, so we have the Y and Y end stop cables coming this way. I think I want them to come around here, so I'm not putting too many wires across the front of where the fan comes in here. So let's cut this zip tie here. Make sure I don't cut wires. That zip tie there. Let's get the power wire in here like I wanted to before. Now, if this comes around here, will that go through there? And then this over here, maybe a little more there. Let's try taking that through here. Just to kind of get it there and out of the way. Something like that. And then the Y end stop is, Y stop is right here. Pull this out a little more, and that would go right there. Just kind of bend that out of the way, and this will loop around and go into the Y. With Creality, using ABAB on their steppers is good to reuse the harnesses. Yeah, we'll find out if the extruder stepper, if I have to repin it or not when we get this set up. Sometimes it's a faster open fusion to make your own mod than finding the right one. Sometimes, for sure. That QR code sticker. So what happened is that the Ender 3, the X stepper cover has that QR code on there, and it doesn't really need to be there anymore. I had pulled it, had started to come off, so I just pulled it off and stuck it to the power supply before. There. Is that better? Let's take this around here and go. Can I go under this at all? Under the power supply, keep it away from the AC wires? Let's see, there it is. Well, buoy. Need to go this way. Now under the power supply. Now through here. maybe under again. And now we're going to come back over and plug in here. And then probably have an anchor like right here to grab both of these before they go in. Replace it with a QR code to Voron Discord. We can go here. That's the Voron Discord. The missing QR code sticker is triggering something in me. Too late. It's folded in half and thrown away. Where are we at on these? They're looking good. Okay, I want to know, those are 54% done. The order of the steppers here. We have the X. X is here, which this is Z. X is going to go to the end. So X, Y, Z, and then E. So this one is going to go to the end. So I think I'm going to cut it about there and just redo the end here. Okay. That'll go there. I have a new label. Will this go on here? No, it won't. I'm going to reuse their label maybe. Yeah, I'll reuse their label since it already says X. There. There. And there. Okay. Hopefully I remembered this. Hopefully I got it correct on the polarity positioning of the wires. Four of those, and an end, and this and that. So we still get some crimping here, even though I did most of the harness, we still get some wiring fun. There we go. A little tweaked terminal wasn't allowing me to crimp it properly. all of these in line, in order. Into the connector. All the way in. I've seen a pre-printed set for 3D printers of what? Something tells me that a higher than usual number of people watching things like a printer build might also skew heavier towards those of us that can be triggered by interesting OCDs. Yes. Okay. So that is recrimped. I left the label on. We are going to use one of these little wire anchors right about here, I think. And just to save my fingers, I'm just grabbing it with my Knipex pliers to make sure it's all the way in there. And a zip tie. Those are going to go right across there. Something like that. And then this will go across and plug into that. Hard to get in there. Plug in like that, and that can just kind of go along there. And then this one is Z, which is going to go into the let's put that there. And then Z can go into either of the Z's. They're in parallel. Whichever one is easier to get to. There. Goes there and there, and then Y goes right here. Because I've got this Raspberry Pi in here, it's just making it hard to plug these in. So I'm just gonna gently push them in. There. There you go. That's not too bad. The lighting here, I apologize, is terrible. It's so much dark in here, and I don't have enough light. Is it possible to do this conversion with older Ender 3 that has the fat power supply or just Pro? There's quite a bit of space here for a fatter power supply if you needed it. There's about, I think there's probably about 30 millimeters. 25 millimeters here of space before I'm putting a bottom panel on this too. So okay, so that is there, that's there, that's that, that's that. We are getting close on the print. Let's clean up some of these zip ties. Let's put the fan in since we're waiting. So this is designed for a 60 millimeter fan. You can probably cut a hole. Yes, that's true, and I'm going to ignore the rest of your statement. The rest of your comment. Have Ender 3 V2 laying around collecting dust. Died within a month. Have board and parts to rebuild. Now trying to decide between this or V0.1. Why not both? This feet, what material? These are just rubber compressor feet. Same spec as what used to be on Voron 2. They can be printed. I've printed them before. Same thing. But these are just a little softer. Fan. So the fan goes into the rear skirt here. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble with, I feel like I'm having more lighting trouble today than usual. Okay, so the fan goes in this hole here. This is a tight fit for the fan. There's no space in there for any like VHB tape or anything. And this is backwards right now, but this is just demonstration. So I don't know if the intent is for that to be friction fit, but I'm not gonna let it just be a friction fit. I'm gonna fix that. I got some parts. I got a retaining bracket and a grill. So, but the next problem is there's no accommodation for the wire here. So what I'm going to do is pull this here. I'm gonna put some super glue there for a strain relief, and then I'm gonna pull this back out so that it comes out this way and it can sit inside this frame. So let's do that right now. So a little bit of super glue and some activator. Hopefully I have, yep, have enough. Super glue and activator. That activator pump is not working. Got the other one. There we go. Okay. We need 4 heat sets. Forgot his Instagram approved light ring in his social media pre-show makeup studio. Who's that? If anybody has a suggestion for a good light ring setup, I have one here that's been okay, but a quarter of it has failed, and I could probably use something with just a little more light coming from this direction that I can mount to my tripod. If anybody has a suggestion, it sounds like you might, Tracy, let me know, because that's probably the next thing I need to do is do some improved lighting for this setup. Keeping that, then a minute later I don't need it anymore and forget about it. Memedo, hello from Senegal, West Africa. Welcome. Bob Ellison, what TPU shore rating? The foot that I showed you is just SaneSmart TPU, which is like what, 95A or something? Steve, what do you think is the best hot end for a Voron now? Depends on your needs. What depends on your use. I'm using Dragons, I have Rapidos, I have Revos. I will be implementing a few more Revos when Obsidian comes out. Okay, just have 4 heat set inserts here. And then I'll show you how this whole little bit goes together. Okay. 4 heat sets. Okay. Mamadou, what are those feet on your printer? These are air compressor feet. If you search for air compressor feet on Amazon or whatever, you should be able to see them. Light rings are cheap, panel lights are a bit better. Aperture makes great gear that is decently priced. Yeah, I don't need necessarily a ring light. I just need better light from this direction, I think. From behind the camera pointing at my area. Monkey Butler Labs, $40. Thank you. Towards miscellaneous streaming equipment upgrade fund. Thank you. Appreciate that. That will go exactly there. I promise. Obsidian ever coming out? I hear super soon. I have no inside information on that, but it's looking like it's imminent. Without VHB tape, isn't it going to vibrate a lot? I think it's going to get clamped in there okay. We'll see. There's no room for VHB tape in here. Superglue Activator is basically acetone. It doesn't smell like it. This stuff, I doubt it's acetone. But I couldn't tell you for sure, so you might be right. But this is the Bob Smith Industries stuff. It does not smell like it. It smells kind of sweet. It actually smells good, which is probably a bad thing. A ring of lightsabers works best. Perfect. If I get all the colors, will it just be a nice white light then? Okay, so that is nice and dry, so I'm just gonna sneak that out to where it comes straight that way. This is going to go, I think I'm just gonna put it in like that. So that's going like that. Let's try this. Then this I oversized by 1 millimeter. So it will grab the grill around it. So let me grab some 25 millimeter bolts. $25 millimeter bolts. Chuck B, 50 Canadian, thank you. New light fund donation, appreciate that. Okay, so this is gonna go in here. So those are gonna go like that. And then on the other side, we're making a fan sandwich. Yes. Other side, I modeled this piece so that it fits all the different contours in here that I need it to. So this is gonna go in here and it's going to fit, hopefully. I'm gonna pull this out a little more. Let's see here. See what's in the way. I have not tested this. So this is all live. Move that out of the way. And that fits up in there. And hopefully, I'm not actually reaching the heat set, so I may need a 30 millimeter bolts on these. Let's try this. Well, 25s will work, but I think 30s are going to be better. So let's switch those out. They'll stick through a little bit, but I think that'll be okay. Now I've got a little interference here with the wire. So I think I'm going to take a marker that I'll be able to and figure right in that area. I'm gonna take an X-Acto knife and trim a notch so I'm not pinching on the wire. So I've got a spot right here that I think I am going to need to trim, and I'm just going to take the X-Acto knife and just trim a notch out of here. This is let's try that. See if that's enough. Oh, what do we got here? Are you on? My Revo hit the wall at about 12. The Revo ecosystem will be expanded. I know it's not as quick as we'd like. Derek, $50, thank you. Been listening to stream while I fix a broken Prusa clone. I'm using Ender3 as backup for PCCF printing. Finally paying attention. Diamond nozzles are awesome. I haven't tried one yet. They last forever even when they get clogged. Thanks for the content. Awesome, and thank you very much. I appreciate that. See you, Steven. Have fun at work. Okay, let's try this again. Let's see if I got enough trimmed there for it to work. So put this through here, and that, right. Here. We're going to go at this a different direction as far as test fitting. Let's do this outside of the printer so I can actually see where I need to trim, because I think what's going on is I'm not trimming it in the right spot. So yeah, I'm off and I'm dropping all the fasteners. But if you see here, I'm off by a little bit. I need to trim it a little further over. So all I need to do is get in here and see if I can do this in a way that I can cut not towards the soft bleedy bits. Just gentle, little bit of X-Acto knife persuasion. Yeah, let's see if that was enough. Goes in there. These fasteners are kind of a bear to deal with. Now, if you notice on the idea here was this fits up into here, and then these fit into the slots in the there we go. Now let's see if that will. Fastener lengths aren't perfect. A 25 might have been fine. I might swap them out once this is tightened and go one at a time. There we go. Yeah, let's go back to 25s. Yeah, because that will tighten up without poking through. Not catching as many threads, but I think it's fine. Yep. Fan sandwich. Avoid the soft bleedy bits. Yes. Where are we at? Maybe add a small hook or something on the frame to hold the wires. Yeah. And this is going to plug in right here into fan 2. And that, oh, I'll just kind of stick out of the way there. Just like that. There. Like my PCD nozzle. I like using a round file. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Suddenly feels like a Nero stream. What about it feels like a Nero stream? I use super glue and masking tape for a lot of my work holding when I CNC. Yep, I do too. I am way behind. Holy moly. Has all the cool tools, but still use the X-Acto blade as a multi-tool for near finger work. I wasn't cutting towards me. I was very careful. Has he mentioned cost yet? Vaguely, because it's hard to quantify the full cost. It depends on how many pieces you're going to use from your existing Ender build. I feel like it's easier to just identify the higher cost pieces of it, like the print's done, by the way. Like the rails is the biggest cost on this conversion. Okay, super glue for soft bleedy bits. Yes, it does work well. Just avoid it in the first place. There. And that is not moving, so let's see how much noise it ends up causing, but I bet you it'll be fine. And it looks cool. See, a little bit of extra on the back here. Once these are all done. Yeah. Oh, we are at 3 hours already. Wow. Cloud42 posted a vid today, complete with hurting himself. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. While we're up here, let's grab those cable chain ends off of the, put this down here to cool it. I'm looking to do a conversion as a lower cost of entry to having a Voron project relative to the full-blown kit. Yeah, this is a very cost-effective way to go. We'll see. I mean, I haven't printed with it yet. Okay, so a little built-in print support. It's not wanting to come off cleanly. Let's find out why. Oh, there we go. A little bit of elephant's foot kept that from coming off cleanly. A little bit of squish. But now we can bolt this to there. And get back to wiring and then on to configuring. And it fits perfect. Let's go ahead and do the bottom one. There we go. Straighten that back up. Steve is a cable router master, but not as good as that one guy at Murph. Which guy at Murph? Challenge accepted. I currently have a Prusa and I was considering a Trident. A Trident is an excellent idea. Okay, so now we have, grab our cable chain out of here again. And this should come around here and hopefully snap onto here. Okay, we're watching the wires. There we go. It's on there and it's fixed and it's working well. One thing I did forget, so what I want to do here is loosen this again so I can get all those wires through the deck before and I can clip this last zip tie now. So I'm gonna just kind of sneak the wires underneath the deck there like that. Make sure they're not pinched. Oh, I need to pull them all pull them all through here instead of sitting underneath the controller. Let's set this right here. Now there we go. Straight out here. Now we can go back to this and put this back on. The one with the, oh yes, you are absolutely right, John. That I will concede. I will concede that to the blue with white wiring build at Murph. I will absolutely concede that. Okay, so this now is going to snap onto there, and I hope there we go. Nice. So now we've got some extra wire here. So we're gonna pull these up, and there's probably room here for a wire anchor, but not there. So we're gonna use the first link. We're gonna use the first link in the cable chain as our anchor point. So we're just going to throw this around here and zip tie to the end. So this is going to go down here. We want a little bit of extra and make sure that That's like that. And then zip tie that to the edge there. I'm probably going to grab one zip tie around this bundle just to keep it nice and tight. Like that. Then we're going to do the same on the bottom here, but we're going to make sure that we're in the right halfway. So we're going to grab all of these on the last link and then do our up right about there. Right there. And then trim all of these. Okay, top side wiring of the printer is done. Looks good. Is that cable chain long enough? It is, because I went way past the max travel that it's going to be able to hit. Right about there is about the max travel. So, yeah. I took it all the way to the top, but it's never going to print all the way to the top. I'm going to set the max Z travel below that. So now it's just a matter of plugging everything in underneath. So we have this bundle of wires, and things go to various spots. And it's going to be fun getting some of them in there, but... Okay, so extruder wire comes this way. Let's get these out of the way. Extruder has to sneak in here. There we go. I'm just going to... There. Extruder wires in. One goes that way. The rest of these that we have, pull these out this way. Okay. Let's try this. Is that better? Okay. So I've got Z Pro. I'm going to save that because I want to talk about that in a second. I've got hot end thermistor. It's going to go right here. H0. I'll save that for a second. X end stop goes right there. NeoPixel goes right there. Part fan. Part fan is fan 0, I believe. Right there. I've got X stop. I don't know if you can see that, but I'm looking at X stop. The pin came out of the connector, so I didn't have that all the way in. Let me fix that. There we go. That all comes to the whole tug on the connectors to make sure they're good. I was just noticing that as I was watching bits. So that's there. And then hot end fan plugs in right here. And then heater comes all the way over here. And screwdriver go. Plugs in right here. Unscrew these to reveal the Open the gate. There, and there. Okay, now this is the probe wiring. BAT85 diode is in here on the signal wire. Black stripe pointing back towards the probe. This needs 24 volts. So I'm using the probe connector here. That's why this is a 5-pin connector. So this is gonna plug into, for signal and ground, it's gonna plug into the probe connector there on the board. But for 24 volts, it turns out that this little connector here, this bottom corner pin, is 24 volts. So I just put a DuPont connector right there. Now that little header is what this this little DC to DC 5-volt converter plugs into. This is to give extra 5-volt power on the boards. I have it in case I need it to power the Pi. I'm hoping I don't need it because I'll have to figure out a different solution for this. But all of that, and then I am going to, I don't know how useful this angles are, but I'm going to put a wire anchor up here. Just one little thing should hopefully clean all of this up significantly. Right, like that. Now I've got another problem, and I'm surprised I'm having these problems. I've got a connector here that is not fully inserted. Got a pin that came out again. This is a different one. There we go. So whoever mentioned tug on your connectors, listen to them. Kind of bend those off to the side. And there we are. Okay. It did. Yep. You were right, Patrick. I see Pi needing some GPIO headers. Solder time incoming. So this is another thing that I prepped ahead of stream, is I ran a power and Uart connectors from the GPIO header on the Pi to the TFT header on the board. So now I'm hoping, now that I've put this here, that my display adapter here will fit. And it will, just barely. Just make sure that that's hitting all the right pins. Yeah. There we go. That is in there and plugged in. Keyboards with indurating spots appeared after improper tug my connectors, but I sometimes wish I didn't when the wires come out. Yep. Okay, I feel like that is pretty clean. I had to bend this connector over a little bit to clear the panel. So okay, I have display cables. Ty has the pins for the connector, right? Yeah, I bent them over just because it's right here where the panel is. Okay, you can only get these without making custom ones, at least that I could find on Amazon, in 12-inch, 2-foot, or 3-foot. So I got the 2-foot version. There's EXP1, EXP2. So let's keep the wires correct. So I'm going to go right through this middle hex on the grill and go in there. And same thing. And go in there. Now I'm going to go straight across the power supply because I could go this way or something to take up this space, but then you'd see these ribbon cables through the front of the printer. So I'm going to go straight back and I'm going to loop them right here to take up the space. And I'm going to do that with just these little, and I don't even really want to link these because they don't fit very well, but I just grabbed these off of printables. They're probably good for some other 2020s, but so I'm going to put these in, a couple of these in here. Maybe I will link them. That's probably the proper thing to do. So give me a second and I'll go find them. But these can go in there. And then I think I'm going to run them back like this. Hold those like that. And then that'll take everything straight over to EXP1. And EXP2. And then another one of these right here that holds those. What do you think about that? Yeah, a little bit of VHB. That's probably a good idea. Don't need a lot. So let's go right around the middle here. I like that, and then one more piece to sandwich them. And I'm going to go even smaller because it doesn't need to be much. So the MK3 frame is 30/30 though. I had to find some for 2020. Can't actually see that. There. Now those won't droop. So let me see. Let's find out because I said that out loud. I probably shouldn't have. They work. They're fine. They're not as tight as I would like, but let's figure out which ones I was using. I went to printables. And I think I searched for 2020 display or Anchor. What did I search for? 2020 ribbon cable. Oops. I think I made that spelling mistake the first time I did it too. Oh, there's 2040 bare versions? I didn't even think to look for that. Here, let's try bare ribbon cable. I have a hard time with that. No, that's not. Oh, I've got an email. Hold on a second. I've got an email because Printables wanted to know what I thought about it. Printables wanted to know, what did you think of your download? Printables. Ribbon cable clip for 2020. That's what it was. Ribbon cable clip for 2020. That's what I downloaded. Something like that will work. Oh. Looked like it was top left one on the last search page. Maybe. I'm trying to look for things quickly and miss stuff. Okay, are we done with wiring? My phone has been sitting back here. My phone's here. That's where it's been all stream. Never in my pocket again, if I can remember. Fabrico has a solid fork kit for pre-order. Nice. Is there still clearance for the bottom panel? Yes. So let's put the rest of this together. We won't actually put the bottom panel on, but let's put the little skirt spacers that I made on. Skirts. Side skirts. So as the mod comes right now, it has this space open and the feet are to the outside. I think last stream we were chatting about this and I came up with an alternative. So let's get these bolted in and then we will show it from the side. We're not going to put the bottom panel on because we still need to access the SD card and all that kind of stuff. Mini skirts. Yep, I like that. And I'm going to need a bunch of M3x8. Grab these. I do have a thing about bottom panels. And I'm glad you guys are keeping me honest. Although I'm not sure on the salad fork what I'm gonna do. I'm not quite sure on salad fork what I'm gonna do. I'm not sure that there is a default bottom panel set up. Use your ERCF to print a multicolor wall plate to remind you to take your phone out. Yes. Or I could do another use for, I could laser etch with the laser engraver. And last one is not that one, not that one, not that one. Did I grab the wrong ones? No, that's correct. Must be this one. Ooh, I made these a tight fit. I wanted them to be a tight fit because I didn't want gaps. See you, Nathan. Thanks for being here. I know it's super late for you, later than most, I think. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, this one goes here. Two more. Okay, this one goes here, so. Hey, Jose. What do we got here? Yeah, super late. Go, brother. Steve said that. I just combined it. This one goes here. And last one. Gotta go. See you, John. Okay. Skirts are on. This is about, I think, about a 10-second job to do. So I'm going to put the bottom panel on just for the full effect here. So, bottom panel, I think it'll be worth it. There we go. That lined up. That's a good sign. Look at that. They're all lining up. Make sure everything's centered. Yep. Oh no, I'm going to pull this back off. I just want the full effect of the, it's not ready to turn on anyway. I just want the full effect of the putting the, where am I missing right here? There we go. There. Okay, bottom panel. Whoa. What do you think? Cool? Does that work? What do we think? Nope. So in addition to this, I don't know if this is going to be the play, but thinking putting these in here. What do you think? And I've got them for all the pieces. Gotta figure out which ones go where. I don't know how well. What do you think? The idea would be to glue these in. It won't take very long. I don't have enough of the right glue over here. Let me be right back. I'm gonna go grab the fresher bottle of super glue from the other garage. Be right back. What am I missing? Okay, let's get these glued in there. I gotta sort out which ones are for which side, because they are mirrored. Okay, so those go there. This goes there. This one's for this side. This one's for this side. That one, and that one, and that one. Okay. How about acetone welding those inserts? They probably would. I don't think it'll be as quick as the super glue. So I think I'm gonna want to set this on its side again. Why not print them on the multicolor Switchwire? Because I just came up with this idea last night. That's gonna go there. That's gonna go there. That one's there. That one's there, and that one's in the middle. Now I'm gonna glue to just one side of the skirt so that the skirts will still come apart. So those spots would be cool for diffused LEDs. Absolutely, that's a great idea. Little underglow, side glow type. So I think I'm gonna try. I want these to be centered. Let's see how this goes. Just a few spots. Well, I don't think this will take too long to do. What are we doing? This build series is like taking your Ender3 Pro to a Need for Speed Underground 2 car shop. Yes, exactly. Hopefully these are thick enough and stiff enough so we're only gluing one side on these is okay. One side done. Nope, I got the middle piece. Got the tiny little piece. Hopefully I can get a drop a glue in there without getting it all over. There we go. Okay. Is that the ticket? Yeah, that looks good. I like it. I got a little drop. Will any of your custom STLs for this conversion be available in your GitHub? They'll be available somewhere. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Now we'll just do the other side real quick and then move on to configuration and powering it on and praying for no magic smoke. I'd love to see a video of summarizing the build experience as well as the performance when you're done with it. It'd be very helpful. I just have such a hard time doing standalone videos because, first of all, I have no idea how to use any editing software, and that would require me learning how to do it. Trying to convince my son to be an video editor for me, but hasn't happened yet. Video editors are just like Fusion. You drag something in, cut it, arrange it, view it, and export. Just like Fusion. Okay, I got it. Just like Fusion. Almost done. And the very last piece. And then I think the physical build is done. There we go. Put that away. Okay, your friend, neighbor, we warn that there's a lot of jealous viewers out here. There we go. If that makes that done, let's go ahead and put these guys on for a full effect. Just make sure I got these tight enough. Share some pictures of the finished build on Twitter, the Discord showcase. Yes. I'll get some backdrops and stuff and get an actual thing. Now, I don't know if VHB tape is going to be too thick for this. I'm not going to use a lot of VHB tape, so it'll be easy to pull off if I need to later. But let's try one of these and see how it does with just a couple of squares of VHB holding it in. So I'm just going to do a couple of squares like that. Automatic silent trimmer done in Python does a huge chunk of the heavy lifting. Interesting. Yeah, catch up, Derek. Okay. You know what? That's not bad. I thought it might stick out too much, but that actually gives some nice depth to the front. So I'm just going to go with it and put the rest of these on. That is not bad. Perfect. And the two on the back. PHP. Go. Stick. There we go. One. And two. Okay. Is that the final physical build part? There we go. My manual turntable. Okay, let me let Charlie out. These little, go. Did I miss anything? Good spot for 2mm magnets. That's a great idea, Mito. That's a great idea. Just finished my ERCF9 Carriage, and I'm going to use it on my 2.4 350 build. Fun. I also got a Dragon Ultra High Flow hot end for my Stealth Burner build, and was wondering if there's any info I needed for these two. I don't know on the Dragon Ultra High Flow. Check the Discord. I really don't know. I'd double check though, see if that'll work. Firmware time. It is firmware time. How thick is the cover? Would a 2x1 magnet, round magnet work? I think a thin magnet would work. They're about 3 millimeters thick, maybe 4. But it's on there. I don't want to pull it off now. That is the complete build. I like it. Please put your mods on GitHub. I know Dark Dog is doing this too. You have them done, and his are still work in progress. I may talk to Dark Dog and see if he wouldn't mind hosting the stuff I've done for this as kind of an extra folder. We'll see. I think I might just ask. Hi, Troy. A couple of motor covers in the same blue with the Voron logo would finish off that well. Yeah. Or just black steppers. So sad that this printer is going away. It's not going far away. My friend lives here local. Actually. Easier than gluing buggy tires. Yes, it is. Okay. Let's get the bottom cover off now. And work on the firmware. Oh, he lives 15 minutes away. It's very close. Very close. Okay. I have a SD card 1. Do I have SD card 2? I don't think the controller came with one. I need a source. I'd love to get a source for those 128 meg SD cards that the Octopus and stuff comes with. I never thought I'd say this. Is the actual Switchwire going to get the enhancements of this E3 to Switchwire conversion in a future update? Well, what enhancements would work? I mean, besides it's 3060 already on the Switchwire. There's not much else that would actually work. Wonder if you need a channel rebrand to afternoon with Steve. Well, we are at almost 4 hours now, huh? Afternoons only works at my time zone, yes. Late evenings for some part of the world. Early morning. I'm debating what I want to do for the SD card here. I really don't want to use a second 32 gig, but you know what? Just keep things moving. I might swap these out, but I'm just going to use the SD cards I have right here. It's 10:47 p.m. Available on eBay? I'll have to look. I'd like to have a little supply of those. It would be nice. So let's do a Raspberry Pi image. I think the Pi Imager is installed on here. Raspberry Pi Imager. Let's see if there's an update. Oh. Nope, no update. So let's rescale this. You can actually see it. I am about to order a second 4K monitor, so I don't have to deal with this stuff. So hopefully that will end that scaling issue I constantly have to deal with. Where is my SD card adapter? Is there one in here? No. SD card adapter, where are you? There we go. Oh, why the hell am I awake? Uh-oh, I dropped my microphone. What are we doing on microphone power? We're doing okay. Amazon stocks 128 meg SD cards in a 6-pack? I'll have to find that, Scotty, thanks. Okay, SD card in there. So we're gonna choose the OS. And we're gonna go with the other specific purpose, 3D printing, and we will do mainsail. Juggernaut, $10 source of 4K monitor fund. Thank you. Choose the storage. Yep, that one. And settings. So we're going to set the host name. We're going to call this, just call this Enderwire. Password. Oh. I'll move over here. Never mind, it does not show it, so I can put it back. Configure. Not too worried about this. Oh, that one. Oh, here. Unshow. And E. This one you have to US. And America's Los Angeles, that's fine. And save. Catch the rest later. Have fun, everyone. Thanks, Emmanuel. And right. Yes. Porix, do you have any real advantage over the Cartesian? The limitations, it's not on the Y. The advantage is it just changes the screw for a belt. Yeah, so the biggest advantage is it's probably the least expensive way to go with belted Z. It's probably the least expensive and most reliable way to go to belted Z on a printer like this. You know, something we didn't do while we're waiting for that. Yeah, we can set this on its. There we go. We never set our belt tension. So let's set this down. Let's go here. And I have a couple of same length angle pieces. So we are going to set our belt tension, which isn't anywhere close right now. So we're going to get it closer, and then we're going to use these as a, to make sure the bed is trammed, and we're going to tram it via belt tension from there. So let's tighten up the tension a little bit by loosening these M5s on the side. And then we will use the tensioning screw here to pull them down and get a little bit of tension on the belts. That's probably okay right there. We're going to get somewhere what feels about even. And I am going to not really tighten these, but just get them snug so everything stays in place. Just for this first test. I don't want the steppers leaning back. So now I'm going to move this through slowly because we're connected to the controller. Just go through the range. And then drop these on the rail, not the extrusion, because the rail is really what you want to be trammed. And so that's pretty much perfect right now. They're touching at the exact same time with the same. Yeah, I got that exact right off. But what would happen is if, say, this one went in fine and this one bumped, you would loosen this side or slightly tighten this side, and that'll move the gantry. But right there, I'm not gonna, those are exactly, so I'm just gonna leave it. You adjust this, the tram here, tightening this, tightening whatever side will bring that side of the gantry down. Does that make sense? But finding two exact height objects and using the MGN12 rail as your reference point instead of the extrusion is important. See you, Ludwig. Any questions on that? Was that an adequate explanation? Okay. I was adjusting using the blocks that connect the bearing. Oh, you know what? I just screwed up. So this is trammed to the bed right now, and that's proper. But what I never did was make sure that the bed was pretty close to trammed to the Y carriage. So that whole thing I just went through is proper, but you should do that after this. 1, 2, 3 blocks do work great for that. After the bed is even around on the Y carriage. So to do that, I'm just going to take a measurement and see how far off I was to begin with. I'm gonna see where I'm at on these. The same, I mean, the idea is correct. It's just I missed a step here. I cannot easily get to that measurement. So, what am I gonna use? I'm gonna find something that is a good, I'm gonna find just a reference object. I'm going to find a reference object to tighten things down to. And just make sure it's all the same. That's not a great reference object. I want it thinner than that. What am I going to use? Should I use for a reference object that's about 15 millimeters, 17 millimeters thick? How big is this? 17 and a half. Bed tramming. Oops, dial indicator. Is tramming to the bed okay? People always say to do it to the frame top. Well, your bed is your build surface. The frame top has nothing to do with what's going on down here. Hi, Nuno. Cheers. Thought the XZ mounts were only for belt tension. I can see how this would be much easier. That's why I needed this build before I do my other ender. Yeah. A 16 millimeter screw. Yeah, JR, I got that reamer holder. It's very nice. A 14 or 12 millimeter screw would be better because then I can just use the head. Yeah, that's what I'll use. I'm going to use this 12 millimeter screw, which is 15 millimeters overall. Overall. And I did this. Okay, let's do this because we need to get moving. So I'm just going to go around and I need my little pliers here. And then just kind of fit this. This is going to be a pain. I'd rather have something a little bigger. That's there. I had completely forgotten about needing to do this. Okay, it's that one. Yeah, let me switch cameras. If we can get a view on it. There we go. So it's kind of Kind of funky, but that's right there already. So I'm just seeing just using a reference object. So see, like this, there's some play here. So this one needs to tighten a little bit. A little bit more. Making sure this goes in, and that's correct. So they're all the same now, according to my reference 12mm M3 socket head cap screw. Now, theoretically, this should not line up as well anymore. How thick are these? These are 16. These are the same, but this would be I needed something small because this is a lot of weight also. Yeah, that goes in there. Okay, so we're gonna go here. We're gonna go here again. We're gonna run through. So between motions, you wanna run the thing through its travel. And then so there's a little more friction on this side than this side. So the belts aren't too terribly tight yet. I'm gonna tighten this side just a tiny bit. And I'm just gonna go just the tiniest, like half a turn. Oh, a bore gauge would be perfect. I don't have those though. And then we're gonna run through very slowly because we're connected. And we just don't wanna run that back feed into the steppers. And that was right. So those have the same amount of friction going in there. So we're good now. I had to adjust it a little bit after. This is the only one that I actually had to do any significant adjustment on. It's this front corner. Awesome. Silicone mount's better than hard mounts. I use the V-wheel spacers. Either way, I kind of like the silicone mounts. They're not gonna loosen up. Hard mounts you could go with just as well. And then I wouldn't have had to deal with that. It's the little things like using a reference for general bed leveling that make there you go. Can you use the pre-made wiring harness used for the Voron Switchwire on this conversion? It may be a little long, but you certainly could. It's all the same stuff. Okay, that's good. The SD card is done. Oops, that one. Get this stuff out of the way. This is done, so continue. We can pull this out and put it in the Pi. Oops. So interestingly, when the Pi Imager, that's about the only program that takes control when I try to use my keyboard here. If that Pi Imager is active, my scene change doesn't work. Switchwire pre-made won't have the stealth burner light cables in it. Depends on who you get them from. I think some of them are doing that. let's try to get, I like having this up at an angle. I think it gives a little better light and a little better view. I had to step away to get lunch. A little late, but my goodness, those side skirt looks good. Awesome. I'm glad everybody likes that. I'm pretty pleased with it. Okay, we ready to pray for no magic smoke? No magic smoke. Now, last stream, I think we tested to make sure the power supply was functional, putting out 24 volts. We already did that. I'm gonna do a once over to make sure nothing looks completely wrong, like make sure all the connectors are good. What purpose has the cord on the back left side? Back left side. I'm not sure. Back left side. So we have this is the Z stepper. This is the X stepper, and these are the display. Back would be AC wiring here, and this is fan. So I'm not 100% sure. So going through, just looking for connectors with pins that didn't seat, and then polarity is all good. Polarity on the fans is all good. Pi is hooked up right. Power or SD card. I don't have an SD card in the controller yet because we're gonna do that next. Okay, I think we're okay. I guess this is probably still the best view for if we get any smoke. So let's find out. Power. Drum roll, please. No smoking zone, exactly. Power. Hey, Pi has power. You can't see it. It's doing its thing. It's flashing. The connector I bent over, Sanity. I did this intentionally just to avoid the bottom panel. I should have put a right angle connector there, but I didn't realize it would stick out this far. The string cord on the left back side, when it's standing, it's going up and down in the Z axis. Oh, that's the key back. That's the keychain holder that helps counterbalance the gantry. So no smoke. That's good. No smoke. Let's see if it comes up. Enderwire.local. Dope. http://enderwire.local. Enter. Can't reach it. Why not? I said Enderwire, not underwire. Come on. Why is it not coming up? It's still blinking. I don't know if it's still writing. Demonetized. I don't think that's fine. Gotta be. Hey, I said Enderwire. It's not my fault. The search engine. Did I miss something? Oh. Let's try this again. Enderwire.local. Did I spell it right? Oh, this is a good sign. Nope. Oh. Come on. You can do it. No, it's not seeing it. Yeah, I know. I had a typo. Come on. It's done flashing. The SD card is done flashing. No, it didn't find it. It did not find it. First boot is always slow. I just tried, well, I don't know what the IP address is, but I just tried the, just pinging the address. I have a command prompt up, let's see. Ping. Let's give it a second. I need to know what the IP address is first. Let me see if it's showing up. Let me see if it's showing up. Devices. There's a name not available. I see many of my printers on here, but I don't see this. This one's not giving a IP. It's not coming up. It's not coming up on my router. Just try one more. Let's find out. You folks have seen me. I have about, at this rate, I have about a 30% success rate with the Pi Imager. So let's go ahead and just crash it. It could be credentials. I'm going to pull up the supplicant file. Okay, everything's off. Where did my adapter go? There we go. Hey, just in time. Just in time. Thank you, Sanity. I think this will show passwords and stuff, so I'm gonna just open this on the other without the sharing the screen. That came up right. It encrypts it. It actually encrypts the password here. I don't know how to. Can I just type a password right there, the actual password, or does it need to be encrypted? Does anybody know? Or should I just start over and try it again? I think I'll just start over and try it again, and just go through a little more methodically. And so let's go through this again. Resize. You can type the password in there. Let's just go through this again. Just as a, oops. No. Other specific purpose, 3D printing. Main sale. It wasn't clear text in that. I did set the region. So main sale, choose the storage, that one, settings. We're gonna set the host name to Ender3. There we go. Set username and password. I'm just gonna type things slowly, because you know my don't show the password. I'm gonna move this over and then just show it. Just make sure I typed it right. Yep. Enable SSH. Like that. This should just be US, right? The thing that really bugs me about this is that you can't bring up this and then type U. And there's nothing to do but scroll. So it is just US, right? You can just type it. Should just be US. There we go, US. And then set the local to, that stuff is fine. Everything else is good, right? Let me give you a chance to find any mistakes from me. Any mistakes? Use the down arrow? Okay. Save. And write. And yes. I didn't do SSH last time anyway. I did double check the Wi-Fi password. So my name is Steve. My wife's name is April. my son's name is Xander. There you go. As long as you have the quotations and stuff right and it's case sensitive, you can type it regularly and edit it. The problem is when you use the PyImager, the WPA supplicant file is simplified. It has your SSID and then it has a PSK and then it has some encrypted thing there. It's not the regular supplicant file when you do this. I had to use 2.4 gigahertz for my Pi Zero earlier. Did that have an option for 2.4 gigahertz? To change anything with that? I don't have easy access on a stream to put a Pi up, hook a Pi up to video, especially, well, I guess I have other Pis, but no easy way to do that. Although the monitor I think I'm going to replace with has picture-in-picture, I could do that. This is almost done. You can change PSK equals to password equals. Okay, if this doesn't work, I'll do that just in case. But I did view the password and I have it right. That's good to know. To enter the credentials, there's no option. Oh, okay. 97%. Oh, what am I? Verifying. So I think I missed at least one or two people asked about the mods I've done here. They'll be available. And if anybody wants them now, feel free to DM me. I can send them over. Oh, we're at 4.5 hours. This is going to be a long one today. I want it to push plastic today. So. There we go. Now remove the SD card. Close the reader so I get my keyboard back. And let's go again. Does your access point broadcast? Yes, it does. So let's give this a little bit of time. A little bit of time. The green light is flashing. Using main cell. As you saw, my V0 uses fluid. I have a V2 that uses fluid. I got a mixture. I got rep firmware back there. I've got Octopi down here. Still flashing. I'm gonna pull up as soon as I find my mouse on my, there we are. Try pinging it. See if it pings yet. No. No, because I don't have a configuration for the LCD. There's no config yet. It's still flashing. Let's just give it a little bit of time. At some point, it should stop building that image, right? Stop expanding the file system and all that, whatever it's doing. I don't know, you guys, I think you can see that flashing, the green LED right there. I've been pinging it every few little bit, see if it comes up. I don't generally have trouble with Wi-Fi here. Yeah, it's solid green light now, but it's still not seeing the network. Let me check the router. Devices. I have nothing new on there. Nothing new is showing up. This is a 02W. Done installing, or now I'm already trying to load my browser every 2 seconds until it loads. It's not pinging. It's not showing up on the network. And is that because I don't know why that is. Let's try that. I'm gonna try re-entering the password. Let me, just as a sanity check, I'm going to reconnect on my phone here just to make sure I'm not thinking of the wrong password. Damn it, I have the wrong password. Okay, let's fix that. No, I got the wrong password. Booey. So in the WPA supplicant file, this is what it looks like. Oops. This is what it looks like. Password here, right? Just like that. I have the wrong password. I know I have it. Yes, Pepcac. Ah. Booey. Exactly like that. I'm just getting confirmation so I don't roll around in circles again. Okay. Okay. Let's try this again. What? Change PSK to password? Okay. Change PSK. Uh-oh. Yeah, I know. Password. The password is... Okay. Now we're turning it on. PSK equals, is password just fine? It can be either PSK or password? Okay. Let's find out. Will it ping now? No. So does it need to be PSK, or should I, because I changed it to password equals and then quotes and then the password. Well, it's doing some flashing, so let's see what it's doing here. Because I can go back in and change that to back to PSK. It's not coming up. Yeah, it's not coming up. Save. Close. Try one more time. It's PSK right now. This attempt, it's PSK. We got it. We got it. I always just use Boolean Etcher. I do too, usually. But we are potentially in business. There we go. Woohoo! Okay. Cannot connect to Moonraker. Cannot connect to Moonraker. Why can't we connect to Moonraker? Well, now what do we do? We got a connection, but we don't have anything. Well, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. SSH pi at enderwire.local. Right? Pi at enderwire.local. Yes. Password. Now we are going to the Clipper folder. Now we're gonna get everything flashed, get the firmware on the controller, and go from there. Right? Make menu config. Microcontroller is STM, and the processor is the G0. Oops. Sorry about that. Configure stuff. We're going to configure stuff. So yeah, sorry about that. We should also, is there anything other that we need to do on this? So let's go to the Clipper sample configs. And I want the located in the config directory. So let's go down here to the mini E3 V0. File, the make flash command does not work. Oh, the firmware should be compiled for the STM G0B1 with an 8K bootloader, and I'm not using USB communication. I hope that's okay. So let's go back here, and we want an 8K, and we are going to go serial. I like Q because it installs all the latest stuff and sudo configures the pieces. I need to get familiar with that. I have not actually used it. I tend to go with what I know and works. Okay, so this should be the basics. There are no extra pins you have to set for this controller like the others. Oh, they're back. Oops. So quit, save, and we are going to make. Let's make clean and then make. You might want to enable serial though first with rpi config. Yeah. I need to go through a few things. So this is compiling the firmware. It's going to create that firmware.bin file that we're going to copy to, or clipper.bin. We're going to copy to firmware.bin on the SD card. Oh, DJ Natty, the serial port on the Mini E3 V3 is 2. Is there a Uart 2? There isn't a Uart 2. Said it's on P2, P3. That's not an option. That is not an option. So I think that should hopefully work. Otherwise, we're going to be in a world of pain, and this might extend to another stream. Jason, the pinout says TX2 RX2 for display, TFT serial out. Jason is giving the command to copy that firmware file to the config folder to easily grab it. We can do that. Wow, you busy. Okay, so we're going to do this. I think that's all correct. There's the firmware bin, so that was correct. The other things we need to do, we're going to use Uart. So Sanity's been alluding to some other things that we need to change in order to use Uart instead of serial. I don't know exactly everything needs to be done. I tend to use this little guide here. We need to remove a couple of things from command line.txt. So if I go, this is in /boot/command line. Oops. And then sudo nano, what is it? cmd line.txt. And I'm gonna get, and it says remove console serial 0115200, and it's not there. So what I found also is some of this is pre-set up in the mainsail OS image. So we can exit that and add DT overlay at the end of boot config.txt. Just run rpyconfig and enables it automatically. Hey, Andres. Here. Save, no. What is it? Isn't it raspi-config? Yeah. Is that what you mean? And then where is it? Is it system? Where was that? Sanity, which interface options and serial port and yes. Okay, I think that's it, right? And finish. Interface. I think advanced or interface and then serial port and then yeah. Okay. Finish. Yes. No, what am I missing, Bill? Disable shell. Whoa, what happened? Oh, it's rebooting. Oops. Do I have to disable shell? Okay, let's let it reboot. Once it's up and running, it'll let me in. Ah, there we are. You just block serial with shell. What is it? Here? And where do I do it? Disable the shell in the serial. Would you like logon shell to accessible over serial? So you say no or yes. So what's happened here is I'm going off what I normally do because I don't have and now I'm getting a little lost. I'm getting a little lost, so I need your help. What should this answer be? No. Would you like the serial port hardware to be enabled? Yes. Correct? So the first answer is no, second answer is yes. I think. You choose no on both? I'm dealing with the buffer here. I'm dealing with the buffer. So let's do this. So is this correct? And this is, say, yes, correct. Just to make sure that you're responding to the correct question that I have. Okay, so we are good. Right now we are good. We're gonna say okay. Is there anything else I need to change while I'm in here? Finish. That's quite a delay. That's kind of annoying. I just want to say, you guys rock. And let's reboot. My answer is maybe. That's perfect. That's the correct IT answer. We get the chat engagement, right? Back at the, where is it? Did I lose it? There we are. At the GitHub for the project, there is a firmware we're going to use. There's an example firmware here. Well, let's get this. Save it. And let's do a Ender3 folder. Printer. CFG. Now let's go back over here, and we can't connect. Connection is failing. Why is, oh, there we are. Okay. So we're up. We've got a few things we want to do. We've got to go to the machine, and we have the firmware.bin, which we are going to download this. Steve builds from Big Tree Tech docs. If use USB equals USB, if use UART2 serial, the port you want. There was only one UART option in the config. There was no other option. Serial port was there. Update Clipper. Let's go through here then. Okay, I'm missing something. So let's, and thanks for the reminder. The very first thing I need to do on these is go in and update Clipper. I forgot. I'm just gonna run it through the interface here. Let me update Clipper, because I should have done, I need to update all of it. This should have been the first step. It says up to date. All of that is not up to date, is it? It says everything is up to date. That's not true. Let's try this again. Thanks, DJ. I'll check that in a minute, but we should be able to just... Why is this... This is not the latest versions, right? Oh, new image as of a week ago. Okay. If that's all up to date, let's go back here and go in here and see if the changes that we've made. I think that's the first time I've ever gone in here and had most of it up to date then. Let's see what this looks like. There's still only the one serial option. Let me bring up the document you sent, DJ. Let's see. Bring up a new page. And let's bring chat back. Hey, Krasimir. Say try extra options at the top. Oh. Okay. That's what I was missing. How to use Clipper on SKR Mini V3. There's a UART2 pre-compiled firmware. I'm not going to use it. Build your own firmware. 8K, 8 megahertz crystal. Let's see what we have here. 8 megahertz crystal, 8K. We're going to follow all this. Clock reference. If using UART, serial on PA3, PA2. Serial on PA3, PA2. Okay, there we go. Thank you. You saved me a ton of time. Quit, save, make, clean, make. My bad. I've learned something. That's really weird. I want to check something. Where is that page that you're at? Oh, okay. I should have known. I should have seen that. I should have seen that. Do I still have the copy command in my buffer? Yep, there we go. Copy. So now we can come back here and firmware bin 259, the timestamp. Let's download it. And it's going to be firmware 2. Okay, I've got an SD card here. Today, Steve learnt. I learnt something today. Let's see what's on this SD card. It is empty. That is perfect. I hope it works okay. Downloads. Copy. Paste. And rename that away from firmware 2. Okay. Let's shut down system. So I said in the beginning, with the bed heater, port swap, Big True Tech can do crazy stuff and swap stuff around at will. Oh yeah, that's for sure. Okay, it is powered off, lights are off, power off. Now it is a little tricky the way I have this to get the SD card in there. So I'm gonna try probably a few times with some tweezers to get it lined up. A few times, like I said. Now let's try move it, holding those wires out of the way. Oh boy. Now where to go? There we go. Let's see if I can just do this by hand. A little more feel. No. There we go. In. Oh, okay. Are we ready? Yes, this is a 32 gig card for a 25K flash file. Yes. I will be swapping that out, but that's what I have here and available. Main cell just gives a plain black screen. Any way to fix? That's a pretty broad question right now. I highly recommend go on the Voron Discord and open a help ticket for the printer you're having trouble with. You will get some detailed help from folks there. McNichol. That's going to be just really tough for us to hash out live on stream. So, okay. So hopefully firmware has flashed the MCU. The config file we have not set up. There's no, I haven't even copied the printer config to it. So let's do that. Let's reconnect here. And this has no idea how to talk to the controller, anything. So let's get that config file. Let's upload. This firmware bin file can get deleted now. We don't need it there. So we're going to upload the printer config that I copied from this conversions page. So that's where we're going with. We're using that for this. A lot of the pins are probably going to be wrong. So let's go. Where was that? This page. So this is telling us a little more using Uart. This should tell us, I think it's TTY AMA 0 for Uart, but I wanted to confirm. Configure the printer parameters. If using Uart, this is what we need for the MCU. And just for everyone's help, this is the page that I'm at. So we're going to go and we're going to grab this for the MCU section. So we're going to copy that and come back over here into the config. Now the way this is formatted, the printer stuff is further down here, like way down here for some reason. Here's the MCU section. So I'm just going to delete this and paste that. Okay. All the pins are probably going to be wrong, which is going to be fun. But we have to do it. We have to go in and change all these pins. So one way to do that is this little pin map here. So this I found on that same Big Tree Tech SKR Mini. We go to hardware and V3, and then there's a hardware folder, and then there's a pin. Can you disable the static pull-up pin? I don't know what that is. That here? So there are lots of problems here, and this is actually going to take a little bit of time. Is there a quicker way for us to do this? I don't know that there's a quicker way for us to do this. This pin, I don't think this needs to be here. This is for an SKR Mini E3 V2, so we can get rid of that. I'm gonna move this stuff to the top of the file because it just bugs me down here. It is Core XZ. We do need to include mainsail.config, and I'll double check the spelling on that. in our clipper where was that? Oh, I think I got rid of it. If we go to, oh, here it is. This is the clipper config, the example config. If we come down here for stepper X, step direction enable, we can copy these and just start going through stepper X, step direction and enable, paste. And then end stop pin PC0, PC0. So that's correct. Stepper X Uart is PC11 and PC10. Oops, let's just move this out of the way. So I'm here and there. PC11, PC10, Uart transmit, PC11, PC10. These might be mostly correct. Stepper Y, PB10, PB2. Stepper Y, PB10, PB2. And PB11. Oh, these are correct. They didn't change them. And then PC1 for the end stop on Y. PC1 for the end stop on Y. PC11 and PC10 for the TMC stuff. Yep. Stepper Z, PB0, PC5. PB0, PC5. Yeah, I think we're going to be in luck. I think this is, I didn't know if the V3 was going to be that much different, and it's looking like it's not different. We are double checking. Jotman, PB2. Which one was that? Oh, so that's direction. So the reference, we actually don't want to, whatever this was, we want to change it back because that is just inverting the direction. The reference is not a core X, this is just reference pins. So that this said PB2, all that is doing is inverting it. And as long as the pin number is correct, we can figure everything else out. So I grabbed the reference file from this mod, Dark Dogs mod here. So PB2 was not inverted here. So we're gonna actually change that back to not inverted. Oh, PB2, PB12, what was that? PB12 was not either. So we're gonna change that back. That's what changed when I pasted it. So let me step back. I grabbed the config from this page, which is the mod, the Ender3 to Switchwire mod. I grabbed this example config. I'm using the Clipper generic config to confirm pins, and it's looking like they're the same. So the areas that I want to double check are probably the probe, because I don't know that I use the same probe pins. So everything here seems to be correct. So we're gonna go down to the probe and look at that first. And we're also gonna have to change some extruder stuff. But let's go down here to wherever they put probe. There isn't a probe. Did I miss the probe? Next. Bed mesh. Oh, there's probe. Okay, so PC2. So probe is PC2. I used the probe port here. I use the Z probe port here, and that is PA1. So PC2 is probably down here at Z-stop. I did not use Z-stop. So I'm going to change this because I use this pin right here is PA1. This is Z probe. This is Z probe PA1. So I'm going to come back here and I'm going to call this PA1. PA1. And fans. So the other thing I want to check is fan. So the controller fan is, that's kind of weird. Use PA1. Well, I used fan 2, which is PB15. So for the controller fan, we're going to go PB15. And the part cooling fan, PC6, I use fan 0, which is PC6. And we should have, they're calling it nozzle fan for some reason, but PC7 is correct. Hey, Sanity, do you remember if this Raptor hot end, if it's a PT1000 or not? Oops. So heated bed, this should be correct. Heater pin PC9 and sensor pin PC3. Heater pin is PC9 and sensor bed is PC4. That's interesting. PC4. So heated bed, sensor pin is PC4. We had this one, I think, last stream, or was it with the Revo? Oh, I don't know. Let's go up to the extruder section and look at what it's set up for this. So we're going to, now this isn't going to be correct because I doubt this has the precision or whatever pull-up resistor for a PT1000. But it should be close. And that's all you do, right? And the sensor pin is PA0. PA0. And is that correct on to identify a PT1000? I think so. Let's see if we get any errors. Option Z offset and section probe must be specified. Why isn't there one? Is there one here? Huh, nope. I don't think Revos have PT1000. No. Oops. Z offset and section probe must be specified. Let's go down to section probe. Oh, Z offset is not specified. Let's just say 0 for right now. Don't forget to uncomment the PID values. Well, it'll do it itself when I run a PID tune. Pin PB15 is used multiple times in the config, so let's see what that's doing. PB15. Controller fan, my controller fan. Where else is it being used? For the display. PB15 is here. Oh, is it supposed to be PA15 on the display? Is that a typo? That's a NeoPixel. I'm not convinced on any of this. Let's revisit that. Let's just comment this out because I'm using that adapter. I need to look at something, but right now let's just get past it. Let's just comment the display out. Default parameter. Oh. So this is using older macro styles. So let's go back in there. Default parameter. Where do we have any of these with default parameter? Well, that's weird. Main cell. Where was that error? So option default parameter X is not valid in section G-code macro cancel print. What file is that in? Don't forget to uncomment the PID values. If you have a Revo, the sensor type, doesn't Clipper add Z offset in the comments in the bottom once you run calibrate? Yes, it will. Looks like typo to me in the config. How do you, so Tiger, and I learned this just a few streams ago, if you hit Control /, it'll comment or uncomment. It'll toggle the comment on what you have highlighted. G-code match, here we are. So I am just going to get rid of these. Pause, resume. These should all be in the main sale file. Save and restart. Yeah, all of those should be in the main sale file. Are we getting there? Printer is not ready. It's not actually communicating. Yeah. See, we have resume, pause, cancel print all in here. But what do we got going on? It's not communicating. I'm thinking serial port config, yeah. But what I'm thinking first is making sure I don't have transmit and receive backwards. Let's just try another firmware restart. Notice the thing here changes. Yeah, that's fine. Let's shut down. We'll just do a quick reboot. I don't know if we're going to push plastic. I want to. I'll just do a quick reboot, and then I'm going to try physical change my transmit receive wires here, just in case I have that wrong. So we'll do a reboot first, just to double check. Had to hit the reset button on the E with the SD card in it for it to actually flash the card. Oops, 3. Try again. Well, we can. Okay, while that's doing that, I'm gonna do what. Yeah, and DJ Natty, you were reading my mind. I wanted to check to see if the firmware file on the card had changed to .cur. But let's go here. Oops. Dev/serial, right? Oh. So we should see TTY AMA 0, right? Yep, TTY AMA 0 is there. So this is still not coming up. So let me shut it down. We're going to do 2 things here in one reboot. We're going to go through the hassle of pulling that SD card and checking to see if it renamed the file. And then and if it did, then I'm gonna flip the transmit and receive wires on this little cable I made. So let me get in here, let it finish powering off. And we're going to check to see if it has renamed the file. It did not. It did not. So why is it not? Did I misspell something there? Firmware.bin. Steve, do I think a 3D printer store service in downtown Sacramento would be remotely successful? It might be remotely successful. I don't know how practically successful it would be, though. You're just competing so much with like Amazon and that kind of crap. Okay, so that should be in there. Is it not reading the card? Is it the size of the card? Let's see if I've got a smaller card. I have got a different card here. Let's just try this. It's FAT32. I checked that when I copied the firmware file to it. I had checked that. I did. This is just a backup. So that's there. let's power this on as it is and hit the reset key like someone said. Let's do another thing here. Let's do another, while that's booting up, let's look at the documentation from Mini E3 Clipper. And what did it say here about firmware installation? You can use the method build firmware, rename the file to firmware.bin, copy the root directory, power off, insert power on. After a few seconds, the V3 should be flashed. So there's nothing special here. Firmware needs to be uppercase, but it says it doesn't have uppercase right here. I would think if it needed to be uppercase, it would have said so here. So this has had enough time to boot up, do any kind of flashing. Let's see. We're not seeing anything. Instructions say to use firmware.bin. Yep. We'll stop annoying you. Try without 5-volt wire on your Gpio. I used a level shifter on my Pi to my 3D printer, and when I removed power, it worked. Huh? I'm gonna hit the reset button. That's the first thing I'm gonna do. Oh shit. Wow. Okay. Well, we're done. That was I'm sorry I didn't get that on camera. It's something fried. Something fried. And I think the SD card fried. See if I can get that to focus. See that brown spot next to the 3? I was just having smoke come out of there. What the hell? That is really weird. What the? I'm not positive that it was that. Oh, smelly, stinky. What is going on? Oh, what am I gonna do? I need to figure out where that smoke actually came from. Let's pull this out of the way. Trying to feel where it might be warm. Magic smoke. Magic smoke was let out. It came from right here. And I don't think that card had that brown spot on it before. Well, crap, I don't trust any of this now. I'm not sure if it's the greatest idea to try this in my PC, but, yeah. Let's see if that's red. Oh no, the card is toast. It won't read in the PC now. That happened as soon as I hit reset. That happened as soon as I hit reset. Oh, I'm backed up and no, I didn't put my tweezers anywhere near anywhere where it would short. I think you're right. Let's unplug the Pi here. And I have the other card that I tried. I mean, this is an older, this is a smaller card. It's a 2 gig. I copied the firmware file to it just a second ago. Let's try this one. If it fries too, then I gotta assume there's something wrong with the board. That's plugged in all the way. I'm gonna get a camera on this. The power's not switched on. It was off when I was doing any changes. Let's find out. From my recollection, Creality does things with their electronics that aren't super kosher. Try a new card, but don't use the reset button. Okay. Yeah, it's in all the way. There is not an ejection method. I don't think so. Unless I've got a really bad, unless that's just a really bad card. Let's see here. Do I have another? Maybe, is it just not plugging in all the way? I think it's in. I mean, it's in. You can see the end of the card right here. It won't go any further. I think that's inserted. I mean, there's a little window here, and I know the thing isn't it's not a super clear picture, but there's a little window here. You can see that's the bottom of the card. It can't go any further. It's inserted. Yeah, that is inserted. I don't know. I thought I had another SKR, a mini E3 around here somewhere. Maybe it's in this box. Yeah, they changed the socket. This is the old one. That's the new one. This one plugs in all the way. That one's all the way right now. The Octopus doesn't have the same socket. It's even a little different. Okay, we're gonna power this thing on and see if we get any smoke. See if I've got a bad Mini E3 V3. Got power. Okay, let's give this a second. Let's give this a second, and then we're gonna look at the file on that card before we hit reset. We're gonna do this a couple of steps here. So I think this little green light is not flashing. I think whatever it would have done would be done, right? No smokes. So we're giving this a minute or so. And then I'm going to power it off, and we're going to look on the computer and see if anything has changed on that card. So I'm going to turn it off. Let it power completely off. Lights off. Then we're going to read the card on the computer. Hey, it should have flashed the firmware. It changed to .cure. If it flashed the firmware, it's got to be functioning at some point, right? Okay. Go back here. We've got it changed. It did. So let's put that in there, push it down, and let's go ahead and plug the Pi back in. Yeah. For the Pi, I am connected to the TFT port here, 5 volts ground, transmit, receive from this pin, and it's correct. So, think you don't need the card anymore after it's flashed? Oh, that's true. Let's go ahead and power it back on now and just see what happens. Why put the, I don't know. I guess it doesn't need to be back in. I'm not seeing any smoke, so. Let's try again. Is it still booting? Try again. I think we're good. So that was a literal flash, and that really sucks. I need to buy a bunch of those 128 meg cards. Oh, what are we missing here? Where is our temperature displays and all that stuff? Why are they not up? What do we got? Dashboard. Where's our temperatures and stuff? Why aren't they displaying? What am I missing? We got machine. Tool head. Dashboard. Why don't we have machine? Just query the end stops, see what's going. It's not seeing anything. Not have any defined? Yeah, all the stuff should be defined in here. Firmware restart. Ah, there we go. Now it's showing the MCU here. It's hidden behind the... Okay. It just needed another restart for some reason. We got stuff. No, we're good. We're good here. If I query the end stops now, there we go. Is Y actually triggered? It is actually triggered. Let's query it again. It's open. While we're here, let's check the X. Query. Triggered. What about the probe? Probe triggered. Woohoo! It is hot here. Awesome. Okay. I am going to shut it down and plug my display back in, put the bottom panel on and put it on and see if we can make it move. It's recovering, just shaking it off. Yeah, a little bit at a time. I can't believe that this fried. I can't believe that. That is so disappointing. Okay, we are going to plug this back in, make sure I get it in the right pins. Go. We're gonna put the bottom panel on. Do I have this? Oh, I have it rotated. That's why it wasn't sitting right. Oh, remove SSD? Eh. I'll get to that later. Keith, you're absolutely right. And that is probably where we're going to end up. Okay. We are not going to get a display, but here. Okay, we ready? Okay, come on. Focus. 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 Okay. Safety squints engaged. Don't do it. Just know you had the display in when it burned. Well, that's true, but let's see what happened. Of course, now that I have the display in, it's not powering up. I don't smell any smoke. Why are we not powering up now? Well, I'm not worried about the display itself coming up. It's not configured. I commented all of that out. But now the printer's not starting. I put the bottom panel on is the problem. I put the bottom panel on. That's the problem. Let's take it off. I commented all of the things out on in the config for the display. Hi, Charlie. I am going to shut this down and unplug the display adapter. Shut her down. Hi, Charlie. There we go. You know, another thing I may be running into is not enough power with that plugged in. Since I'm running the Pi directly off the controller and I'm not using that little extra board, I might be running into something there. Hi, kitty. Let's see if it powers on this time. I may have to add this little board here, which is a 3 amp, 4 amp, 5 amp, something. Basically increases power to the 5-volt rail. If that's the case, I need to figure out another way to power the probe. This is a Pi 02, so it's basically a light version of the 3. See, it's right up. Let's put. I mean, it needs to push plastic. So let's take. That's right there. That's the perfect spot for that. That is the perfect spot. Watch Charlie near the power supply terminals. Oh, he's... Okay. Let's go into the config and make a very basic machine printer config. And extruder rotation distance is totally wrong. Here, let's go off to, let's just go to my go-to printer here and machine. And let's just grab the few lines there. So we want probably right here. Those lines right there. Oh shit. Control Z. I hit Control V instead. Grab those, and we're going to replace that with these two. Someone didn't take advantage of the gear ratio and change their rotation distance. That. I don't need any of this. And this old rotation distance is from something else. And that should be good. Save and restart. Oh, Polymaker's here. Hey, Nick, right? Welcome. Welcome. Oh, good call. Good call. Let's go printer config. Extruder current. Run current 0.5. No, we're going to start at 0.3. And then we don't need a hold current. And we don't need interpolate. Now all this stuff, I know there's a lot of settings here that need to be tweaked. I'll probably just go through false. Thanks for the reminder there, DJ. Tex Peppers, welcome. Yes, we had some smoke today. We let the magic smoke out of part of an SD card. Well, I cut it in half. Well, while we're here, we're going to go false. We don't need hold current. I have no idea what current we're going to want to run on those. Stealth chop threshold. This is just delete to turn it off, right? I'm just gonna comment that out. Stepper Z. We're gonna get rid of this. We're gonna change this to false. And we're gonna turn off stealth chop. And same thing with X. So that should be the basics. So save and restart. The standard Creality motors are very loud and whiny and spread cycle. I warn you. Okay, we'll try it. You need more on why, more current. Oh, you're right. It's a bigger stepper. While I'm here, and I'm just guessing, run it, see how warm they get, see if they skip. Okay. Let's go to clipper3d.org. I always go here and I go to the documentation and I go to config checks. Now there's a doc on the Voron design docs that do this too. I just know I can get to this quick and we're running late right now. So I'm gonna PID tune for the nozzle. I'm gonna go down to the console and put that there, and we're gonna tune to, let's say, 210. Pex peppers. No, I'm using end stops, micro switches for all the homing. Do I have a 5-volt power supply I can add in? I do. It might not be a terrible idea, but okay, so we are going to go ahead and before we do that, we're going to make sure that the fan works. Yep, the fan works. And so we're just going to go for it. It's heating up at 50 degrees. Okay, cool down. Emergency stop. Hot end fan did not turn on. Hot end fan did not turn on. Why not? Hot end fan did not turn on. Part cooling fan turned on. Firmware restart. Did that actually get warm? Yeah, it was heating up. Oh, let's go into the machine. Let's double check printer config. Checking software first. Extruder, right? Wow, not extruder. Ah, crap, that's not what I wanted. They did a weird, why did they? Was it my nozzle fan? Thermally controlled hot end fan. Why is it called my nozzle fan? Oh, heater temp 70. What in the world? That's what happened. Go 50. I usually have that at 50. I turned it off before it hit 70. So we have to try this again. We have to try this again. I as soon as it hit 50 and it didn't turn on, I reset it. I'll just do a quick 55 degrees here. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted right here, 55. It's still not working. It's over 50 and it's not working. Why the heck is it called My Nozzle Fan? That's a great question. Because I don't know. That's the way it is in this example config I grabbed. Let's double check again. My Nozzle Fan, PC7. PC7 is what it is plugged into. That is fan 1 is PC7. That's where it's plugged in. It should spin. You're right, Kyle. PC7, it's plugged in. Why is that called My Nozzle Fan? What is that normally called? What is that normally called? I'm just looking at my existing machine. Oops. Hot end fan. Is there anything different weird here? Let's go hot end fan. I call it hot end fan. Heater fan, hot end fan. Heater fan, hot end fan. But the problem is, I don't know. Fan 0 is PC6 and fan 0 is a part cooling fan. Let's go back to that and just show that. Here's fan, which is PC6. This is just a part cooling fan. There was a definition here, I think, for the other fan, the controller fan. Definition is backwards? What do you mean backwards? Look at pin again, definition is backwards. This should be correct. I mean, it matches this stuff. So this is fan 1, which is PC7. This is fan 0, which is PC6. And then fan 2 is the controller fan, which is PB15. So these are plugged into the right spots. Why is hot end fan half speed? Well, that's dumb. Thank you. I have no idea. This is the config example. It probably needs tweaked. It needs updated at the very least. No. See here? Fan 1 is the bottom. The top one. Oh. That doesn't seem right. What? This is backwards, isn't it? Fan 0, fan 1. Fan 0 is PC6, fan 1 is PC7. Yeah, that's still correct. Never mind, I'm getting confused. Fan 0 is PC6, fan 1 is PC7. Yes. And if I go here, I can turn on the part fan. If I do this, we can turn this on and it turns on. If I go back here and set 55 degrees, will that turn on at 55 degrees? No, it's not turning on. How do you turn on the fan manually? How do you force that on? Can someone give me a command? We'll try it. Well, the exhaust fan turned on. The exhaust fan turned on when I turned on the heater, the bed. Oh, Jason, that's a good point. If I go turn on the hot end fan, yeah. Hot end fan should be spinning, which means we have a hardware problem. So let's cool this down. So I set the temperature of the extruder to 55. Once it hit 50, I scrolled down here and it said hot end fan 100%. It's telling it to turn on. It's not turning on. We are going to pull this open in a second here. I can't just swap fan 1 and fan 2. I could do it on the controller, but I'm going to pull the panel here and I'm going to actually use my power supply here, and I'm just going to send power to this fan and see if it turns on. How are we going to do that? With what? I don't know which connector that is. I don't want to open it up. It's easier right now and probably easier for you to see me do this right here. So this is a V3. Let's open this up and shut down the printer. We are shutting down the printer, and I am going to get in here and get the hot end fan. So which one is that? That's this guy, hot end fan. And good thing I've got a little pigtail. I got a little pigtail microfit here. I'm gonna plug this in right there. Make sure everything is off here. Then I'm going to grab some leads that I have for my multimeter. And I'm going to plug into my I'm gonna plug into my power supply here on my bench and actually use this. It's 24 volts. I've got a 24 volt fan. I am going to make sure I'm observing the correct polarity. So that's gonna go there. This one's gonna bend out of the way and come up from this side and go there. And what do we got? Make sure I'm not missing something. Top one is fan 1 is PC7. The bottom left is fan 2 is PC15, PB15, and fan 0 is the bottom right. Yep. If you have these configured correctly, then test one of the part fans when the hot end fan is, since you know those pins. So what I'm gonna do basically is take all the rest of my wiring harness out of the equation, go directly to this fan, and flip the switch on my power supply. Are we ready? Let's go this one. And flip the switch. The fan works. The fan physically works. So that's good. And that was quick. So we know the fan works, so now we can go on to the next step. So let's pull my little test lead off. Ah. There we go. Let's get this all buttoned up in the thing. Now we need to see if I have a break somewhere else. A break somewhere else in the wiring. Let's get this out of the way. Go back here. Now try it. Yep, trying it at the end of the harness next. You're absolutely in line with what I'm trying to do. No 3. When was the last time I did a 3-hour stream? Are we at 6 hours? Yep. What am I missing? Am I missing something? I'm so sad now that I can't send pictures here so you could facepalm. Am I doing something dumb? Okay, so hot end fan is this guy. And I'm gonna show you, because I already see what's wrong. This is usually what happens, right? And I'm going to maybe partially blame this on Big Tree Tech. Let me see if we can get anywhere close to a good enough shot of this, but I see what's wrong. I see what's wrong. And it's not entirely my fault, but I could be partially my fault. Can we get an angle there? So this wire here is the fan wire in question. That wire there is the fan wire in question. Let's see if this does what I think it's going to. Well, maybe not. That came out. The port here is not pushed all the way down to the board. Did you see that move? Which means when I plugged this in, it didn't plug in to the wires. The connector there is loose that the last time I pulled this connector, the housing, the black part of the housing here pulled loose. So when I plugged it in the next time, it didn't push in all the way. Oops. We are going to push plastic today. But we are going to power it on first and try it. See you, Tiger. Thank you. Just double check that that's plugged in all of the way. It's plugged in as far as the rest of them. Yep. It's pushed in now. But that's, I'm certain that's what's going on. I know, I put the bottom panel on. It's actually my fault. Okay, we're all here. Let's go to that fan, and I'm gonna set this to just to 50 degrees. Oh, I set the bed heater to 50. Like the wrong fan turned on. Look at that. Look at that. It works. Okay. I'm gonna do it. I want to set it on its feet when it pushes plastic. Gotta set it on its feet. It turned on. So I'm gonna take partial responsibility for that because I should have noticed it. But that's just a loose connector housing. But don't tell me what. Oh, we still have, oh, we gotta get going because I'm about to run out of microphone power. Taco wires need to be norm, yes. Okay, so I'm running a PID tune right now. Everything's good, everything's good. I'm gonna put the, should I run PID tune at the, I guess I should run it at the, with the part cooling fan at max, since that's when this is always gonna be running. And run. That fan turned on. Okay. While this is doing its thing, we need a way to push plastic into it. So I'm going to use just Switchwire parts. So this is the spool holder for Switchwire, and this is the mod that is published on the user mods that I do for mounting the spool to the side of the printer. Okay. So I need a M5. I need a couple of M5 things. There's a graph coming up. That is a quick heat up. It's a pretty steep curve, it looks like. Well, while it's doing that, so that's doing that thing, but I'm installing something. I'm installing stuff. There's things to watch. We can switch back and forth if it gets interesting. So spool holder. What color should we push first? And then this snaps in like that. And then I have a kind of a Bowden tube anchor here. And this is also from the Switchwire stuff. That's not going anywhere. Exactly. We can bring this down a little bit. Oh, and it's already done. PID tune is done. Those are the parameters it came up with. And then that was a little tight tune. So speaking of other boards, the Solid Fork build is going to get an interesting board. It's going to get a maker base. What's it called? I'll let this cool down a little bit. The maker base. This guy. Maker base SKIPR. It's got a built-in Pi alternative. And I'm going to cram this into a Solid Fork. So this is MakerBase contacted me, right? And said, hey, do you want to review one of my boards, our boards? And I said, well, my format really isn't reviews, but your product sounds interesting. It's a Pi alternative, right? So I said, if you're okay with my format being a live stream where I put it in a printer and we go through the process of setting it up and configuring it, then cool, let's do it. And they said, okay. So we're gonna go through the process of configuring and using this board. And at the end of that, if it works, then it's probably like most other boards that it'll work, right? It'll have its own things and it's got its little thing of having a Pi built in, so yeah. Full-size HDMI plug. It's video out. It's a Pi alternative there. What's a Solid Fork? A Solid Fork is a utensil, but it's a miniature V0 style 1515 extrusion trident. Basically, it's a miniature trident. This is done there. Gotta. Tube. That could probably be a little longer, or just move this up a little bit. There we go. Yeah, I thought it was interesting. I didn't like I don't like to do reviews. But I don't mind including something in a build because it's interesting. I'm doing this because this is interesting, right? Yes, I need to save the config. So that's done. We're going to do a save config. It's going to come back up. And we're going to see if I'm going to check it here. We're going to see if it's going to push plastic. What kind of plastic are we going to push? Oh. I saw Nick here earlier. We'll push some Polymaker. Okay, we need to make sure that this stepper is moving in the right direction, which I can just see in the side. I can just look in here and see if it's moving. So let's heat it up. So config has been saved. We're heating it up and we're gonna do an extrusion move to see if it's actually moving in the right direction. Hey, you're still here. You can buzz the stepper without heating. You're right. And I haven't done any of the other stepper buzz stuff. But I'm also at the 6.5 hour mark, right? Yeah, 6.5 hour mark. Let's just see what happens if I do an extrude move. It does nothing. Not a thing. I am hyper-focused on pushing plastic. It's not doing a darn thing. Why isn't it doing a darn thing? It's pushing plastic. There. It's pushing plastic. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. No, it's not a minimum extrude temp. I've got it at 200 degrees right now. But it pushed plastic. So why is this? Hey, Juan Carlos. Why is this stepper not moving? Now, we had a comment before, like Creality does weird things with their pinout for their stepper motors. Is that what we're running into? So we're gonna back up a second and we're gonna do a stepper buzz. We're gonna do a stepper buzz. So back here in the config steps, there was a, here we go. Stepper buzz. Stepper equals. I'm gonna go back here and we're gonna just do a cool down. We don't need this to be hot. And stepper equals extruder, right? No, but I thought it was because Creality does weird pinouts for their steppers. So Big Tree Tech has to match that because it has to be a plug-in compatible for an Ender 3. So it's not really Big Tree Tech's thing, it's Creality's thing. So I'm gonna look at this and I'm going to execute the stepper buzz function and see if we get anything. I feel like. We'll try that again. It is not moving. Why is it not moving? Let's get the filament out. so it's not stepper buzzing. It is not stepper buzzing. So let's put the filament to the side for a second and figure out why. Figure out why. Let's let this cool down a little bit. We should get something. So while that's cooling down, let's go through our basic checks. We're looking at software checks first, right? So clipper config for the extruder, step pin should be PB3, PB4, and PD1 are the step direction and enable pins. PB3, PB4, and PD2. Should be PD1 according to the extruder. This is the example config from Clipper for the SKR Mini E3 V3.0. So the enable pin, it says should be PD1. In my config for extruder, it's PD2. Save and restart. Were the other ones were correct, right? I thought I just sent 3, 4, 3, 4. Yes. Okay. Schematic is PD1. Yep, and this says PD1 in the example config. So let's go back to our dashboard. And let's rerun the extruder buzz thing. Hey, looky there. What a difference a pin makes. And I'm pretty sure it extruded in the correct, I think it extruded, the first move was in the positive direction. So. Yep. So let's put this back in and see if we can get it to actually push. So we made it extrude plastic. We didn't make it push its own plastic. So we need to make it push its own. Okay, we are going to go, let's just go to 10. Get the hot end going. Joseph, PB4 should be exclamation point PB4 for what? PB4 direction pin. Direction pin is going to change depending on what the particular setup is. So this is just direction pin. You would change that if it's retracting filament when you're telling it to extrude it. Now, I'm pretty sure I saw the first move in the positive direction, which means we're correct in our config right now. But we'll confirm that now and change it if we need to. I could have seen it wrong. I don't mind that. Yeah, it was a good call on those skirt accent colors. That's a long work. Yes. We've had a lot of these long streams. I'm fine with it. I do good. Okay, we're up to temperature. So I am going to basically just tell this to extrude plastic at a slow-ish rate of speed and see what happens. So we are going to maybe go with that one. Sure. Let's find out. Extrude. Hey, it is extruding. It's having a hard time with it, but it is extruding in the correct direction. We're going to see plastic here in a little second. There we go. I think our current is a little underdriven maybe on the stepper, or maybe not enough tension on the. I don't know where we're missing, but we did extrude plastic. Oop. Yeah, I think I'm a little underdriving the stepper because I can push it and it gets past. It should be able to push at 5 millimeters per second. Don't go any higher than that. And we can try 2 and see if it still bumps, but yeah, it's still skipping. Oh, I was doing 5. I'm doing 2 now. I didn't even try 10. I don't try 10 on anything. Yay. Awesome. It's working. It's not a working printer yet, though. We don't have it moving. We don't have it homing. How can we check to see how close that is to temperature? I mean, it's possible that it's way off, and that's why we're having a hard time extruding as well, right? As we just see how it behaves with this filament. Came back just in time to see the plastic tart pushing. Yep. Here, let's, just for fun, let's see what happens when we home X. Whoa. Okay. So it went down in X, and I know I forced it to skip. And see what happens when it goes in Y. Okay, so it went down in X. Let's look at the documentation for that and see if we can get this figured out. Docs.vorondesign.com, and I think it's the build and initial startup, and I think it's, yes, here we are. So Switchwire, it went down in X. We don't know which way it went in Z. So stepper X may need to be inverted. So let's try that. We don't know which way it went in Z, but the only option where all we have to do is invert a pin is this one, and we would invert X. Otherwise, we have to swap connectors. So let's go to, oops. Let's go to the connection. Oh, that's the wrong one. I'm gonna go here, go to machine. We're gonna invert X, and then we're gonna see what it does. Direction pin, we're gonna invert it. Save and restart. So hopefully what really comes out of this is I struggle on some of these, but kind of working the problem and where we can go for resources, even if it means I reach out to chat, you reach out to Discord, whatever. So I don't mind when these don't go right. I'd rather it go well, but okay, go back. We're gonna home X, and this time I'm gonna be ready on the Switch instead of forcing it to move. So home X. Awesome. Home Y. And then I'm going to grab a big piece of metal and I'm gonna home Z. Woo, that moved quick. Its Z homing speed is pretty high, but it worked. Yeah, let's home it all. Yeah, Sanity, it's carbon fiber PLA. Awesome. Everything is in place for this to print. We're not 100% sure on the thermistor, but that really doesn't have anything to do with it has to do with this specific build, but it doesn't have to do with what we're doing here. I'm gonna call that working. The display's not working. Need to figure that out. But there's a conflict in the pins that I think is gonna take a little bit of extra time to figure that out. I will do a follow-up on this before I hand it over to my friend. So even if it's partial of a stream, sit down and just go through what needs to change, what needs to work, or maybe play around with a standalone video. I won't leave you hanging on this, but I think we've gone almost 7 hours today, and I want to wrap this up. So we have a complete. Dark Dog did an excellent job on this mod. So big thanks to him. We have a complete printer that does all the things it should do to generate a print. Honestly, Sanity, that was the first spool that was PLA, and I remember Nick from Polymaker being in the stream, so I thought it would be cool to grab. So you're right, I probably shouldn't run that, but and I won't for more than this, but I do have an extra nozzle at least. But anyway, what do we think? I mean, I'm not signing off here in the next couple of minutes, but I'm wrapping this up. Oh, this thing, okay, it's cooled down. Thanks, Nick. I'm hoping I'm getting your name right. I'm hoping I'm remembering it right. I'll just say Polymaker. Thank you. Memadu, which board do you have on this printer? It's the SKR Mini E3 V3. Oh, Santa, it can keep up with abrasives? Okay, then I won't worry about it. It pushed plastic. It moves in all the right directions now. Display doesn't work, but it looks good. I can't peel. I can't do the peel yet. Run a mesh bed. Is the bed mesh set up? Let's find out. This bed sheet here, Techmaster, is just something I grabbed off of Amazon. is a mesh. Is a mesh set up. Bed mesh is set up. Do those numbers look reasonable? Yeah. Let's see what it looks like. Let's see what it looks like. Let's do a bed mesh. I think. Use a phone. I'd put buck converter maybe to power it. Yeah, I will try a couple of things there. As I said, as if you took an Ender3 Pro to Need for Speed Underground. Yep. Display pins on the E3 are different from the V2. Yeah, I need to go through and check all of that. It's just, I think it's going to take longer than I want to spend on the stream today. It's not loud, but I don't know that I have any of the settings where they should be. As far as currents, all that kind of stuff. Okay, let's see what it looks like. Woo! It is way, where is 00? Oh, that's an odd direction. So I've got what this is basically saying is I've got the front of this bed way lower than the back. By a bit. Even if it's not super accurate, this general this general view gives us something. But what is nice about this is side to side, it's even. So there's a little tiny bit of side to side, but side to side, the tramming that I showed you worked. It's front to back. I didn't spend enough time on something there. Or maybe there's a piece of the belt in the way or something with the carriage bolted down. It's not heating. The bed is off right now. But that's that's interesting, but it's interesting in a cool direction. See, the little bit of moving. That little bit of moving, X and Z are not room temperature. They're a bit above room temperature, and Y is about the same. So I've got something in the carriage or in my adjustment of it, and what I can do is now I can take these screws and adjust this, loosen them just a little bit to bring that up, and then run the mesh again, and I should be able to get that nice and flat in there. And this fan is pretty loud right now. I need to turn it down. It doesn't need to be running as fast as it is. But get a little view of the back, of the rear. I like how this turned out. This turned out pretty well. For a first try. First print, first try. Yeah, I like this. Okay. So, like I said, I want to move on to the solid fork build. I won't leave this completely. We'll get some sort of update on this once it's actually printing. So that means next weekend we do start the solid fork. It is mostly a self-source build. I do have some help from a few places. I've bought a few things. It's kind of a mixture of everything, like that maker base board. we'll go over that when I start the build, where everything came from and where I got it. Yeah. So, and that'll probably be a lengthy, quite a few week build. It might get interrupted during it, but it'll be, I'm looking forward to it. Sanity, I want to make an ender wire like this. I have frame on the shelf and plans to make living building, live build. Nice. I'm for sure going to DM you next week about the skirt and feet files. Yeah, for sure. I will try to get them somewhere. Maybe Dark Dog will be nice enough to maybe host those as alternate files on his. It might make a little more sense to do that. So, Rick will play the build and colors. Go for it. Before we go, I'm going to be building a trident, another trident, off stream. So the LDO trident kit that I built on stream was never intended. I was intended to keep it. It was to build to evaluate the kit, and Jason's going to do something else with it. But I was going to end up, because I didn't want a 300 printer, I wanted a smaller printer. So I was going to end up with a 250 kit. So I've been printing the parts for it. This is the color scheme it's getting. What do you think? So this is KVP Hot Jade Pink, Proper Purple ABS, and Polymaker Teal ASA. So my wife said I needed to do like an 80s bright colors, neon colors theme. And some of the folks on Discord, like Klee is probably the person I could blame the most, said, why don't you go with the Outrun theme? Which is like a car video game type thing from that era. And this pretty much fits in with that, both of those ideas. So that's where we went with it. We'll see what that looks like when we're done. I just don't, I mean, it's another one of those, like, I don't want to do another 2.4 because it's just saturation. I've done how many 2.4 builds? Doing 2 Trident builds within a very short time, and I've already done one before that. So, it's Clee's fault, yep. And I think I have 5 builds on the plate. I just don't have time to fit it in. So, Clee's here, nice. Frame will be space gray. Frame will be space gray. So, Charlie is awake. You gonna come here, Charlie? Let's do an outro with Charlie. Charlie outro. See what he thinks of the printer. What do you think, Charlie? So I think we're going to wrap this up. We are at 7 hours now. In 3 minutes, we'll be at 7 hours. So thanks, everybody, for putting up with me for 7 hours. I am really pleased with how this printer came out. It is going to be awesome for my friend. I am a little regretful of sending it over there because it does fit in well with my fleet, but it's going to be available to me anytime, so that's good. So thanks to Dark Dog for the design. Thanks to everybody who was here. Thanks for those that gifted memberships, who became members, who donated. I think that is it. Well, let's at least end with this view of Charlie rather than the other. Have a good rest of your weekends, and we'll see you next week. Thanks again. Bye. Oh, I don't even have the right window open.